Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? I'm going to look at something here. This is 1324. This is actually a really good weapon. 13 divided by 24 equals 0.54. Wow. Wow. So I'm thinking I might give this to this guy because that'll be super fast weapons, and give the Mace of Malice. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do this, and then go to this, and then go to this. I give the Mace of Malice to my Beastmaster. Give a couple of items to the Beastmaster. The heck you want, Burl? Oh, you got that thing. Smuggler's 27. It's agility, dex. All right, I'll do something with that. But yeah, we're gonna give a couple of items to the Beastmaster here. Like this, all of these items are gonna go to the Beastmaster. I actually brought him over. You have something for you to give your Beastmaster? Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I've got this putrid chest, so that's 24. This is 27. I'll probably give him this one, yeah. I'll probably give him that one. Oh, I got a lot of wood, too. Whoops, well, I didn't transfer the wood over. Oh, well. Oh, well. But I did bring my Beastmaster over here. I figured I would, I leveled him up to 16. Absolutely no twinking whatsoever. So now we're going to put a few items on him just to make him a little bit better. Not going crazy, but we're going to put a couple items on him to speed up the process to get him a little bit higher. I love you, man. That's funny. That guy's pet. I love you, man. What I need to do, Burl, is catch up to you. And then me and you can duo with your pet and my pet. How's the game coming along? Any new developments? I've been out of the loop. Game's coming along okay. Lots of new classes have been introduced. So we got 6 of the 18 classes have been updated or revamped. Whether you like the revamp or not is, a matter of opinion. Some people prefer them, some people don't. They have made the balance a little bit all over the place, so that needs to be adjusted some. But yeah, a lot of art updates, a lot of visual updates throughout the entire game, which is really nice to see. So it's coming along. Things are going well. We'll see how they do come October 1st. Did not know they were taking 18 classes. That's why. Yeah, it's had 18 classes for a long time. Since as long as I've been playing it, the game's had 18 classes. But they're redoing all of them. They were too much homogenization and too many copy paste from EverQuest. So they're We're trying to go back and change that. $18 classes with the same spells. Yeah, a lot of overlap there for sure. Okay, so leather backpack. We're just gonna take this leather backpack and put it there. There we go. Now we got a leather backpack, and we'll put another backpack in there at some point. Put the rawhide canvas in there. But we're going to take this. We're going to do that. Okay. So we are going to put a few items on. We can get rid of the rusty longsword. Get Pasha's bow in here. We're going to get the red gut blade here. We're going to get a cuff of allegiance. Gloves. All right, smuggler's jerkin. Yeah, we're gonna put that on. There we go. Let's get rid of these things. So we're gonna put a few items. Wait. Oh, can I not use the Torque of the False God? I can't use the Torque of the False God. Okay. We'll have to get another necklace. I think I have another necklace I can use. Now we have these. We're going to put these over here. Talk of the False God. All right. Let's go check that out. What is this shield? Okay. Actually, can we put these as primary only? Bummer. Alright. That's alright. Bago. Come on, Bago. Okay, we can take this, put it back over here, put this over here. Necklace, necklace. We have this, so stamina, intelligence, that'll work for now instead of the Torque of the False God. I don't think we have anything else we can give him. We do have this Claymore for the two-handed weapon. But, I mean, I've got a bunch of those. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those Claymores. It's ridiculous. Strength, stamina. This is actually a really good ring. I'm going to give him that ring. And then we have another backpack, right? Rawhide backpack, rawhide, leather backpack, hide backpack. It's the hide 11, and then the leather is 12. All right, we'll put leather backpack in here. I believe that's all I can give him right now. If I make a tank character, I've got some tank stuff we can give him, so that's good. including a shield. If I make a another tank that uses a shield, I'm going to give him that, so he has the haste from the get-go. Okay. Let's grab the amulet, stick it there, put that there, and that there, and that there. And then we'll put this weapon in here for now. Okay. I think we're good. Wait, what? Oh, that goes down here. There we go. Alright, let's buy some food. Funny thing is, tweaking your character might actually slow it down if the pet can't hold aggro. We're going to find out. That's partly what I wanted to test. If we twink the character, if I'm doing better or worse. Alright, let's put in this here, this here. And then we'll have extra... No, we need extra water. There we go. That'll solve that eventually. Eventually. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Meta. It might actually be worse trying to twink the character a little bit, because of the pet won't be able to take all the aggro. So I think it'll be fine in the beginning because my bludgeoning skill is at 0. I haven't used a bludgeoning weapon at all. So right now it's going to be at 0, so I won't really be doing many hits with my offhand. So we'll have to build that up, but it should be fine. Let's see, 2 a.m., so it should be 8. Oh, shoot, the boat's there right now. Dagnabbit. I want to go all the way back over to the other side of the world. But the boat should be there right now, which probably means I won't make it in time to get on the boat. Yesterday I started a disagreement at the lack of spinning looming ability from the rate of cloth. I'm going to explain why it bugs me. I'll use the satchel backpack example. Got to tame... let's see. Alright, yeah, go for it, Westmore. It's fine. Got to tame that croc and ride it to the water, intercept the boat. I know, right? Get a tame shark or something. I mean, I'm not against a loom or anything like that, Westmort. I just don't think that it needs it. The game right now, the way that it functions, and with the economy the way that it is, it's just not necessary. Wait, it's 2 a.m. still. Is the boat just coming in, or... No, that boat had to have just left. Because I don't see a boat coming in at all. Well, I see 2 boats out in the horizon. Player can hold 3 satchels. To make 1 satchel requires 6 bolts, meaning 6 scraps per bolt. Okay, to make 1 satchel requires 36 scraps. To make enough satchels for a single player requires 108 scraps. Okay. You might as well go ahead and add in pouches to that too. Just saying, if you want to really make a point. Which scraps are you talking about? I thought we were talking about tailoring. Are you not talking about tailoring with the scraps that you're just talking about? I'm confused. Compare it to leatherworking. Okay. Maybe they need an Ashira tail orc turn-in that gives cloth instead of leather armor as an option. I mean, maybe. Yeah. I think the whole armor option, it's to turn in items to use. It's not necessarily you turn in the orcs or the tails or whatever to get gear to break down. I think it's mostly to actually use that stuff. So you actually have starter gear, I think is the idea. Now, it's going to take forever. It's going to take another 15 minutes. We're going to go over here and try something out. A pouch is 3 bolts, 18 cloth for 1 combined. Yeah, I got you. I already see a big flaw in all of this, though, Westmort. I get where you're coming from, and I don't disagree with you on what you're saying. But I don't see how a loom is going to make a difference in that. But I can completely, like, take your entire argument and destroy it because of how drop rates actually work. Like, that's... I already see where you're going with it. It does compare. It does compare when you talk about how tanning works. It compares. It's just a matter of like which one drops more. You know, that's all it is. Correct. Yeah, it's 24 leather scraps. Yeah. They probably should adjust that. Right. It might be too many scraps, so all they have to do is adjust that. And it kind of solves the problem. So it doesn't mean that you need a loom or some kind of spinning wheel. Like that's not a requirement, because all they have to do is adjust the rates so that those two things balance. And they may have already done that. Like that's the thing. We're assuming drop rates. That's what completely... It takes your argument and destroys it because you're making an assumption. You need actual factual data. Like if you were to say the drop rate of cloth is 30% but the drop rate of leather is 10%, but then you add in the ability to get pelts and it brings it up equal to that 30%, then we're good. But without actually knowing what the drop rates are, you don't really have an argument for the loom. Outside of your argument that it requires more cloth, which it does, but how do we know they haven't factored that drop rate in, and that's why you get more cloth? Maybe cloth is supposed to be 10% more prevalent throughout the world than leather is. You know, part of the idea is also cloth is used for tailoring, but it's also used for bandaging. So leather is only used for leatherworking. So there's another discrepancy there. It doesn't have to be a loom. Like, a loom isn't required. It's just they need to adjust, make sure that the drop rate is there, right? Or I mean, adding a loom is a possible option. Sure, it could. You could potentially say, okay, we're going to add a loom, and we're going to add, you know, an herb out there that gives you hemp, and then you take the hemp and you take it to the loom, and you can make more stuff. Like, that's a completely different argument. Remember how annoying finding a jackal was versus cloth? I can just camp in a shear camp. Yeah. Tailoring also competes with bandages. Yeah, exactly. Tailoring competes with bandages. You're talking to someone who has found some of the good spots. That's fine. I know where some of the good spots are to get all that stuff too. That's not the point. Well, I guess what I'm focused on is you want a loom or a spinning wheel specifically. Like, that's your argument. Is like, we have to have that, otherwise we can't solve this problem over here. I disagree with that. You don't have to have a loom or a spinning wheel. It is an option, sure, but it is not the only option, right? They could adjust a lot of different numbers in a lot of different ways to fix a problem. This isn't a singular resolution. My original argument is it's fine. I never said it was fine. I never said that. I said that the drop rates as they are, you get way more cloth than you do leather drop rate wise. I mean, I can prove that. So if you go to the community hub and you go to updates and you go back to, like, the drop rates haven't changed much for a while. But if you go back to, I think it was this one right here. They actually broke it down. Cloth scraps looted on the different servers, right? So if you look at looted, let's pick a server. We're gonna do the Rel server. If we can, I gotta find it. Crivia Rel cloth scraps 300,000, 303,000. Rawhide scraps 173,000. So you can see right here, based on the data, that you're getting nearly double the amount of cloth scraps from dropped enemies, right? Just dropped. So they make up for that by using the pelts, but somebody has to now take the pelt to a tanner and break it down to come up with the more. Now, how many pelts are we actually getting? That's not listed here. So I don't have factual data to say, are we getting enough pelts, too few pelts? Where are we on that? So I can't say, oh, let's add in a loom because we need more cloth. Well, no, we're getting nearly double the amount of cloth. Like, you can even look at a different server. Cloth scraps 244,000 versus rawhide scraps 141,000. Same thing on a different server. 35,000 versus 17,000. So you're getting like, it's like a 60-40 split. You're getting like 60% cloth and like 40%, you know, you see what I'm saying? So like that's factual data. That's actual in-game data from where people fight, how much those things are actually dropping. And then you have to add in the pelts to that. So the pelts might need to come down some. Like you may need to only get 12 scraps per pelt when you take it to a tanner. But you do have to factor in that you kill an animal which drops nothing else. It doesn't drop coin. It literally drops nothing else. But you get scraps instead. So if you really want to go hard into leatherworking, then you have to fight animals to drop pelts, which don't drop anything else. And you have to level up your tailoring. So it's a double negative there, right? You're missing out on all other things specifically for leather. So that's why I think that it works currently as far as the drop rates are concerned. You have to focus in on one type of creature or one type of enemy, which it happens to be a beast, and a specific beast at that. You can't do beetles, you can't do wasps, you can't do snakes. You have to do bears or wolves. So it's a very, very specific, or maybe in jackal, I think. And then I don't know. Is there anything else that actually drops the pelts? But like it's very specific. And then on top of that, you have to have another trade skill. You're not getting any money. You're not getting all these other things. So that's why I'm kind of okay with it, right? Bottom line, cloth needs to increase it, but it doesn't. That's not the bottom line. Literally, I just disproved that bottom line. It might need to increase. It might need to be adjusted based on the total amount that's coming in versus the total amount that's coming out, right? That we don't have the numbers on. I don't know. Like, how much are people using leather? How much are people using cloth? How much are all these things? I honestly don't know. I would agree with you that cloth is probably used more because of bandaging as well as tailoring, because people go through bandages like candy. Like there's tons of them, just constantly. Anybody right now, especially at low level, bandaging is very, very beneficial. So of course, cloth is gonna be used up quite a bit more, especially from low level players. But as you get to higher level, you most likely use bandaging far less. So maybe it kind of balances out that way. This is a PvE server. The amount of rawhide backpacks sold versus cloth satchels, I'd guess the pelts more than making up for it. Yeah, backpacks are far more common. They're just easier to make too. They are easier. It is easier to get pelts. I would agree with that, especially at low level. It is easier to get pelts. In all other trade skills, you have an option of finding an alternative. That is a different argument, and I agree with that, right? I don't agree with the argument we need a loom to get more cloth. That is an option, but not the only option, right? But if you want to say we need an alternative path to get more cloth, then that's a completely different argument, and I would agree with that, having a different path, because right now you can get leather from dropping off humanoids. You can also get leather from killing jackals and wolves and bears and then using tanning. And then you can get metal off of humanoids and from mining. Cloth is the only one that you have to kill humanoids to be able to get it. So it would be nice to have a second option to obtain cloth. Yes, I don't disagree with that at all. But I do disagree that it's because of the amount that you get. I don't agree with that. That could be adjusted. That they could just literally change a number. Okay, well, cloth, if they were to reduce cloth by 1% and increase leather by 1% on the drop rate of an enemy, that's a 2% shift in those things. So like those kind of things would solve the problem just as easily. You don't have to have a loom. It's not required. I literally said I'm focusing on you need a loom, because that's what you keep arguing is we need a loom. We have to have a loom. You need a loom. And it's like that. You don't need a loom. Maybe they need to adjust the rates at which they drop. Yes. or maybe they need to do something because we have far more of one than the other one. Yes, but you said we need a loom, and you were focusing on that every time it's come up. Large discrepancy between needing cloth to anything else, and the current iteration does not account for the current trade skill formula. And that's a different argument. It's a different argument completely, which is what I've been trying to say. Rate at which they drop or a secondary weight rate. Yeah, that could be fine, but do you have the actual numbers of that? You're basing it off of an assumption. That's it. Like you're saying, assuming a 30% drop rate, which is what you said earlier, right? I'm pretty sure you said assuming a 30% drop rate. And you're talking about a 20-ish% drop rate for medium quality. Like you're talking about assumptions. Like I get it, but we can't talk about assumptions. We need to talk about actual numbers. So we have to look at like how many are actually dropping based on players' experience in the game. Like players that are going out and fighting monsters and doing all that. And then so that's the supply into the economy. And then you have to look at where the stuff is coming out, the demand of the economy and all the items coming out of it. So as long as that supply is greater than the demand, then you're never going to have an issue, and it's only going to make the cloth cheaper, right? But if that demand is way greater than the supply, then there will be a bottleneck, there will be an issue, and you're saying because you need cloth that there is a higher demand for it. That doesn't necessarily make it true because one person needs more. It only makes it true if everyone needs more. So there's probably a lot of people out there that are just sitting on a bunch of cloth or selling it to vendors, or whatever. Something is happening to that cloth. People play the game, they hoard a bunch of stuff, and then they quit the game. It's just sitting there somewhere. That doesn't make it less prevalent. It just makes it to where players aren't selling it. So they would need to look at the numbers, but literally based on those numbers we just looked at on their website, you're getting nearly double the amount of cloth that you are leather as far as from humanoids. So the difference is you're making up for that specifically in wolves and bears and jackals. I don't understand why they removed leather bags to make tailoring more in demand. I don't know why they did that either. Hey, Xander coming in with a sub. Thanks so much. I appreciate it, Xander. How are you doing today? I'm just filling bags for player. Yeah, I mean, filling bags for a player, you make the bag and you don't have to make anymore. So, like, once you make them, the main problem with cloth versus leatherworking are the reusables, and that's the bandages. It's like toilet paper, right? You use it once and it's gone. So it has an unlimited use cycle to use cloth. That's where the problem is. The problem isn't how much is dropped, but how much is being used. So the demand is way up here because of cloth scraps. So what is the option there? There's two different options. One option is increase cloth scraps so that you can make more bandages so that the supply meets the demand. That's one option. Or you can say, let's leave the scraps where they are and let's bring the demand of scraps down by requiring less to make, maybe instead of making from one scrap of cloth makes one bandage, maybe one scrap of cloth makes two bandages. And that would reduce the demand on that. That's another way they could do it. So there's a lot of adjustments that could be made. But we need to know exactly where the problem is. You can't just say, well, we need more scraps. Well, why? For what reason? Where is the problem? It's not just bags. Like, that's not the case. Like, yes, you do use a few more for bags, but once you have your bag and you have your full set of bags, you're never buying bags again for that character, right? You're done. But there are clearly more scraps that are dropped, cloth scraps that are dropped than leather scraps. So over time, the cloth will continue to go up, whereas people are going to stop going and getting pelts. They're going to stop trying to farm pelts. So they're not going to be doing tanning and all that kind of stuff. Like, why would they continue to do it? Because it's not necessary. So you're just going to fight humanoid monsters, and people are just going to use what's on those humanoid monsters. So it's more of an over time thing than it is a I need it right now thing for my character and my player and what I'm trying to do. It's going to be skewed. You know, it's like a little bubble, and you're saying, I'm inside this little bubble, but I need it to be exactly perfect right now for me inside this bubble. But we're not looking at the big picture of how that's going to work. Let's go hard numbers. Sure, go hard numbers. I don't think you have hard numbers. That's the problem. People also use cloth for bandages, so that is where some of it goes. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, the bandages is the problem, and it's about how many bandages are being used. Filling up player's bag is a single tier, 162, one backpack, 42. Yeah, I would agree with that. But hold on, you got to back it up a little bit more. How many classes use cloth gear? How many classes use leather gear? Because if you want to compare apples to apples, you got to compare apples to apples. You're comparing backpacks to satchels, and that's it. You're not looking at the other uses for leather. You have to look at all uses for leather and all uses for cloth together, and then look at the drop rate of all cloth and all leather and see if they equal. So we're not looking at hard numbers. Again, you're looking at your little bubble. This part is very important to you, but this part is not. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't look at it just this one thing, because that's not how an economy works. By the way, there's 5 classes that use leather and 4 classes that use cloth. So you have one additional. That's 25%, potentially 25 or 20%, whatever, depending on how you do the math, more leather being used for those classes, potentially. It doesn't get used currently because there's not enough things to really make with leather, but that's the idea, is that it's potentially there. I'm not arrogant. You're talking about your bubble. You're talking about bags very specifically. So because bags require 4 times more cloth, you're like, oh, we need more cloth. And that's literally all you're looking at. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm trying to help you see the other side. Like, I'm literally trying to help you see that there's more to it than just bags. Like we've been saying, there's also bandages. There's also leather gear, right? There's more to it. Tell me the secondary way. We've already gone over that. A loom, and I've already agreed with you, a loom or spinning wheel is an option for secondary way to obtain cloth through getting hemp off of herbalism, taking it to a loom, turning it into cloth. Sure, that is an option, right? That's for a secondary way to get it, since the other 2 ways have a secondary way to get it. However, they don't have to go that route. They can just adjust the numbers up and down based on drop rates and usage. They need to look at how much is being used in the world, and then how much is being dropped in the world of both cloth and leather. You have to look at both of those things and see, is cloth way up here in demand? Is it in fact demanded way more than leather? Leather could be here, cloth could be here, but they could also both be equal in demand, right? They could. I'm not saying they are. I don't think they are. I'm pretty sure that cloth is more in demand. I would agree with you on that. There's also spider silk. Yeah, spider silk also makes cloth stuff. Like it's used to make some cloth. They could probably utilize spider silk more, right? Why though? Your Little Bubble? Your Little Bubble, because you're hyper focused, like I was, and I admitted to being hyper focused on your loom idea, right? You kept saying we need a loom. So the only resolution that you were giving to anybody was, we have to have a loom to solve this problem, right? So I was hyper focused on your loom idea, just like you are hyper focused on the to make bags idea. You're super hyper focused on it costs this much to make bags versus this much to make bags. And I would just throw in bandages and it makes your point even better, right? That you use more cloth because it takes more cloth to make bags and bandages. So you need to add in everything. But that's the problem, is you're only focusing on one thing, the usage of one item. You need to look at all items, and you can't just go bags and bandages. You also have to look at gear, right? People make cloth robes and make cloth armor for the cloth casters, but do they do that, or do they make more leather? I don't know. Like that one, I actually have no idea. People might actually craft more leather gear than they do cloth gear, which takes out the demand, or it increases the demand of leather, and it balances out that cloth versus leather. I would absolutely agree with you that cloth right now is used more than leather. I 100% agree with you on that. But by how much is the issue? And how can we resolve that problem? That's where we disagree, is that. Like, where are the actual numbers showing how much of a difference is it, and the resolution or the possible different resolutions to it? Because there's more than one resolution. A loom is not the only be-all, end-all resolution for it. OOT. This is this is Shallow Shoals, but basically, yeah, OOT. Bag's idea is an example. It's one example of many. You can't use an example in this situation. We're talking about, you said hard numbers. You said let's use hard numbers. So you're talking about bags, which is maybe, we'll say, because we're just kind of throwing arbitrary numbers out there, that bags are used for 20% of all the cloth and all the leather in the game. We have no numbers on that. We don't know. We don't know how much bags are used, or how much the demand for bags decreases the number of cloth or leather. Nobody knows that. If it was 100% and you could prove that it's 100%, then bags would be your argument. It requires more cloth than it does leather, because 100% of cloth and leather are being used to make bags. And that needs to be evened out. That would be an argument. But cloth drops at some arbitrary number and leather drops at some arbitrary number, and we use bags some arbitrary number amount of the time, and cloth requires more to make than leather for those particular bags that we don't know how many people are actually using. There's too many arbitrary, like, just numbers that we can't prove. There's way too much assumption happening there. But again, I'll say I don't disagree with you that I think that cloth is used quite a bit more. But that's because of the bandages more than anything. People are literally, cloth scraps drop and they're instantly turning it into bandages. And then they're not going out and selling it, and you're not seeing it in the market because they're just being used up. So I would agree with that. So much sewing debate. I'm on pins and needles. Yes. Feels like the wizard argument. Increased mana regen, fix the issue of wizard, but creating a new issue and validating. Yeah, there's multiple ways. I'm fine with any solution. Doesn't need to be a loom. And I'm getting that now, Westmore. And I'm getting that now. But you were very adamant about the loom situation for a while, and that's where I was like, why? Like, why a loom specifically? It's leaving me in stitches. God, all the threads are hard to follow. You guys are crazy. Anyway, I don't disagree with you, Westmore. I really don't disagree with you. I do think that cloth is, like, the bottom line. I do think that cloth is more in demand than leather. And I would 100% agree with you on that. But the only issue is that because players are using it more, players are hoarding it more. Like, what is the reason for it? And I think that's where we need to figure out a solution to it. Find out why it is used more. It's not bags. Well, some of it is. A portion of it is bags. When you went away from the spirit of my argument, it annoyed me because you wanted... Leather bandages win. Yeah, so like that's one of the things that they could do. Instead of making sharpening stones, right? Why not use leather with a like instead? So to make a sharpening stone, it's just stones, right? It's just the brittle stones. And then to make a weighted stone, a weight stone for your weapons, it takes the stone and cloth. So that's another reason that cloth is out. What they probably should do is change that cloth to leather and use leather in both the weight stones and sharpening stones. Maybe make it like one stone, one leather for a weight stone, or like maybe two stones, one leather for a sharpening stone, and then one stone, two leather for a weight stone. And that kind of would balance out. That's another solution to increase the demand of leather and ore type of things, right? It's not going to increase the demand of ore, but it will increase the demand for leather to kind of balance that out. So there's other solutions there. There's a lot of solutions, like a crazy amount. Adjusting the numbers, a loom is a solution, and then using how much you use in different trade skills. These are all good solutions. Don't go getting it twisted. The padding is literally that players use backpacks to help level, avoid other extended use of cloth types. Backpacks to help level, to avoid other extending the use of cloth types. What do you mean they use it to help level? To level leatherworking? Yeah, it is a good way. It's a good way to level, yeah, is to make backpacks, if that's what you're talking about. To level the skill, yeah. Can I play this game yet, or do you still need an invite? You still need an invite, yeah, you still need to have access. Yeah, Westmore, I understand that leather is already used in blacksmithing and cloth is used in leatherworking, etc. What I'm saying is they can adjust those numbers. If we have an excess of leather, then they can increase the amount of leather needed to make certain crafts, or add leather in to crafts that currently don't use leather. That would increase the demand of leather and make them equal to that of cloth. Maybe their idea is they want all of these resources to be limited, not in excess. They don't want it to be easy. That's not, like, the goal isn't, we have so much extra cloth out there because everybody needs it, so let's just make sure that everybody has an abundant amount of cloth. Well, then now we have this huge surplus, and that's a problem, right? If they go too far with it, there's just too much of it, and then it's not worth anything. Then it becomes too easy to level up tailoring or whatever. So it's a multi-faceted problem. There isn't a singular solution to it. I haven't had any, like, I don't know really what the issue is. I haven't had much problem leveling up. Like, my tailoring on my fighter is 230, and then I've leveled up like my bind wounds skill is 68 on this guy, and I just started him. He's level 16. And then my what's the other one called? Survivalism or whatever. Survival is at 10, which is really hard to level, but I won't be able to go any higher than 10 until I can start making wool bandages. So, I mean, like, I haven't had too much of an issue leveling it up as I play organically. If you're trying to do it very quickly and you're trying to buy out all of the cloth or leather or whatever it is you're trying to find, then yeah, it might change. Also kind of punted that one and it got away from me. No, you're good, man. But people do absolutely do that. Like, yeah, leveling leatherworking through backpacks is a good way to do it, because as new players come in, you can sell them backpacks. So you kind of make some of your profits back. So it is a good way to do it. I would also argue right now, Westmort, if you're talking about wool, if like you're hitting wool and that's the reason, wool is probably the most difficult one to get. That's another issue. Cloth, very abundant. Wool, less abundant, a lot less abundant. And then the next tier after that is more abundant again. And that's because it's based on level ranges. From level 15 to 29 is wool. So you need to find enemies that are level 15 to 29 that drop wool. And I would argue that that is a big area of creatures in the game versus, and I don't know this for a fact, but I would imagine it, I think it is, because I can think of spiders and I can think of the beetles and the, like, just certain, that area, that level range has a lot of creatures in it for leveling that a lot of people use for leveling, as opposed to humanoids. So a lot of beasts. So it's just more difficult to find wool, specifically. So not just cloth scraps, but wool scraps. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink real quick while we're on this boat. I still got like 10 minutes on this boat, I think. So give me a second. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Want to get some more drink. Plenty of wool spots. Yeah, there's plenty of wool spots. But that's not what I'm saying, right? It's not that there are plenty of wool spots. Is that there are more cloth spots and more linen spots and more. What's after wool? I forget. There's more of those that people actually use. Like you're saying, Black Tide Bay orcs. And that's cool, right? That is a spot for wool. Sure, fantastic. There's another spot you could go to, the bins in Night Harbor. That's a spot for wool. There's a bunch of spots that you can get wool. But you have to think of where do players go to actually XP. What is the best location for the players to go? Do you see a lot of players, do you see more players going in and doing rats in Black Tide Bay or doing the bins in Night Harbor? Or do you see more players going to the beetles in Sungreet Strands or going to the spiders in Sungreet Strands or going to the spiders in, a different, where do you see players actually going to do this stuff, to XP and to gain money and whatnot? So that's the problem. There are locations, yes, but how often are those locations used compared to other locations? And that's where they need to get the data to say, okay, well, in the range of 15 to 29, how much wool are we getting versus how much hide? I think it's hide are we getting? Is wool way up here and hide way down here? Are they close together? How much of one are we getting? Then also look at, okay, how much wool is being used and how much hide is being used. You got to look at those two things and then balance those out. And I don't think they've done that very well. That's something they need to look at. That went down the wrong way. Holy moly. Cotton. Thank you. Cotton is the third tier. You are right. Totally forgot that. Yeah, did he climb that mast? Can you just did he? He may have done it from up here. Oh. I'm zoning. There you go. Oh, I went too far. But yeah, he just kind of... Oh, I'm even higher. Yeah, you can clip onto the side of the post, it looks like. But yeah, that's what we need to look at, though, is just the economy overall in this game needs to be evaluated. Because, one of the problems is they may have adjusted the drop rates, right? Mathematically, they might go, this is how much is supposed to drop off of these monsters. This is how much is supposed to drop off of these monsters. Maybe mathematically, they're perfectly even as far as how much the supply and demand of cloth and the supply and demand of leather mathematically could be perfectly even. But they didn't factor in where people go to XP. So if people are not killing every monster in the game equally and they're going to one location more than another one, it could skew those numbers up or down because now you're killing this monster more or less than this monster. But if you were to kill them equally, then they're going to be here. So that's what they need to do, is they need to look at how players actually play the game, and where they go, how often when they kill a wolf and they get a pelt, are people actually picking up the pelt and using it for tanning? How often does that happen? Because it may not happen at all. It might happen all the time. So, there's just a lot of other factors. There's so many factors to it. But your overall point is that cloth seems to be used more than leather, and I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that. We're going to crash into that wall. Holy moly. Thank goodness this boat stops on a dime. If they wanted to be more, they would have gotten rid of leather bags. Or they wouldn't have. Yeah. So it's by design. That's my guess, is that they got rid of the leather bags for a reason, and they changed that. I don't know what their reasoning was, you know. Their reasoning could have been because they just want it thematically to be that way, which would have economic an economic backfiring, I guess. Economic implications, I think, is probably the better way to say that. So yeah, it would absolutely have issues there. But again, I feel like that's part of their code by the seat of their pants idea that they've been doing for quite a while. It's kind of a problem because they think, oh, this is one problem. Let's adjust this over here to fix this problem. Well, adjusting this over here to fix this problem also fixes or adjusts another problem or creates a new problem or whatever. So, like, that's the issue with it, is they're like, the solution to this is this, but this solution causes this other problem. So, like, we have to think through the entire process. Or I guess they have to think through the entire process. My guess is make cloth more scarce so that bandages are a thing you question if you want. Maybe, yeah. I mean, that could be the idea. It's really hard to say. Like, I have thought many times that, oh, here's why the devs did this, and then come to find out that they did it for a completely different reason. It just happened to also affect this other thing that I was thinking of. All right, let's see. What's the best way to go here? I guess I can go across double bridges. Yeah, this game, like, it's the part of the economy issue, which is probably one of the biggest problems with the game. But the problem with that, the economy issue, is that the game isn't finished. And a lot of the economy is based on the future, things in the future. Like, we'll use copper for an example. Copper was very abundant. Well, it was very demanded in the first couple of weeks of the beta. Very demanded. Then, after everybody had their copper gear, nobody needed copper anymore, so copper became extremely well supplied. So the demand went way down, the supply continued to stay the same, meaning it went up, and it just went from here to here. And then they introduced making those bank bag or bags for your house, or boxes for your houses, and those required copper. Now all of a sudden copper is in high demand again. So because it required copper to make those boxes. So, like, that's the problem with this game and the economy, is that one day it's one way and the next day it's something completely different, and all they have to do is make one small change. And the problem is when they make that one small change, they need to make a bunch of other changes at the same time. If they introduce something that requires copper, then that's going to be an issue on all the copper in the entire game. They need to increase the drop rate of copper for like a week or something and then adjust it back down. It doesn't have to be much. You just, a small, very small amounts can adjust everything. Didn't you say Loving Robot was going to add quests to every zone for some base gear? That's what he's talking about, is doing some sort of like zone type quest. Isn't that just making crafting worth even less? That will make crafting worth less, yes. If you could do that thing, yeah. It's beta though, so they're doing a good job figuring it out. I mean, it is beta, yeah. But it's also been an issue for a long time, and it's, it's one of those things. It's like it currently is in beta, but it was also in alpha. Like beta to me is the time to adjust a lot of these numbers, but it should be close. It should be kind of, and figuring out how they need to do that, which they haven't done. Like when they introduce a new recipe that requires copper, to also at the same time slightly increase the copper drop rate to account for the fact, because it basically is like additional, mining. Like, oh no, we need all this extra copper wire because we're building a bunch of structures, etc., etc. So yeah, it's just good job. Good job is debatable, but yeah, there's something they need to learn. They just, there's growing pains in this game for sure. They are doing a good job though in a lot of places in this game. But it's like teaching somebody economics, right? It really is. I took economics in college, and I can tell you that not everyone can learn economics. It just goes right over your head. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like, it's not your fault. But it's just not something some people can learn. I mean, that's the way it is for everything in life. Some people are good at one thing and bad at another thing. By the way, last night I went AFK down here, came back, and I was dead, and I was so annoyed. I'll show you guys where I went AFK. Wasn't the best spot, but I mean, come on. I shouldn't have died. Right here. Literally, see all these mobs? People train to this location so stinking much, and I didn't realize they trained to right here, but I was AFK right there where those mobs are standing. I didn't realize people train there that much. It's ridiculous. Imagine you go AFK. I won't play a hardcore character in an online game. Not again. Nope. I'm done with that junk. Am I getting bludgeoning yet? The heck? I haven't gained a single point in bludgeoning yet. Why the heck not? The game won't have a good economy while all drops can be traded forever and don't soulblind or decay. I mean, it can still have a good economy, but yes, that is definitely a big factor in the economy. You're not wrong. Like if you allow players to have unlimited access to gear that doesn't need repair, can be traded, etc., it's definitely going to make it hard. There we go. 1 bludgeoning. Now we're cooking. How do you like the Beastmaster? So far, I'm liking the Beastmaster changes. I think they're good. See, I'm definitely pulling aggro now off my pet. Compared to what I was doing yesterday. Oh shoot, did I bring any wood? Dagnabbit. I didn't bring any wood down here for a campfire. Use a tank pet? Tank pet's worse for aggro, bro. Yes, it'll only level if you double attack. Or no, if you dual wield. That's the only way, yeah, it'll proc or whatever, or level up. Because you actually have to swing that weapon. But I don't think, yeah, I can't put it in, because this is a primary only, so I can't put can't swap those. I mean, I can swap those and put a different weapon in, but it'll eventually level up. It's not a big deal. Oh, we forgot to get wood. Already tired of hearing the reaction that hasn't even come yet when they eventually nerf it. Oh, yeah. It's a very strong class. At least at low level. It's one of the better solo classes. I mean, I got to level 16 literally using nothing but gear that I found on this character. No twinking whatsoever, and it was super easy. I don't see wood that I can chop. I need the wood. You know, you would think that in the forest like this, there'd be a lot more wood. I put a steel warhammer on my offhand as a level 30 rogue and got 60 skill and bludgeoning so far. Nice. Yeah, it'll add up eventually. It just takes some time. It depends on how good your like dual wield skill is too. The higher your dual wield skill, the more often you'll use your offhand weapon. And then the more often you use your offhand weapon, the faster it goes up. Elves are on top of that, removing dead wood from their woods to prevent forest fires? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. But I need to find some wood. I mean, I know of a place we can go to get some wood. Actually, let's check the shady merchant here. Does he have wood? Does not have wood. How dare you not have wood? I only have a 3080 Jampy on this computer. 3080 Ti or whatever, I think is what it is. So. I need to get a new PC, but right now PCs are super expensive. That's what you have as well? Yeah. I mean, 3080 was, I mean, very good GPU at the time. But, yeah. Okay, do any of these guys sell wood? Doubt it. I think we're going to have to go to actually cut them down ourselves. Which is... Can we go this way and go out? Cook at the inn, maybe? Yeah, maybe. The cook in the inn might, but we're going to go out over here where the... I think it's where the spiders are. We'll just cut it down. Maybe. Maybe cut some down over here. Oh, there's a ramp up right there. Didn't know there was a ramp up over there. Isn't this where the spiders are? I thought there was like a lot of wood over here where the spiders are. Could have swore they were on this bridge and across. I could be going crazy. I should have just grabbed wood from my Spellblade. I had like 200 wood on my Spellblade. Should have just grabbed it while I was over there. Setting on a main for EA. I'll most likely be a fighter for early access. Wait, are these all wood piles? Or is that just part of the ground? part of the ground. This is crazy. You guys seen this before? This is clearly going to be a doorway to something. If you come up to it and you do /look, moss is curiously shaped into a circular formation on the face of the cliff. I wonder what for. And we're back to where the orcs are. Where the heck is the wood around here? It's a druid quest, Scuffed? I figure you're going to go up to that and say friend to enter. Spidey Hillside? Yeah, I realize Spidey Hillside. I can't figure out where they are. Is it up here? I thought I was going to the spiders. Clearly I was not. Hang on a second. I gotta get my fan. Our air conditioning is still out, by the way, for those that have been keeping track. It's been a bit ridiculous. Where the heck does this go? Is this it? Did that go anywhere special? That's got to be something too. Has anybody ever looked at this? Look. Nothing. They got to do something with that, right? It's just crazy to me how much wood, how many trees are out here and no wood. Like, you shouldn't have to go to a specific place. Like, that's just nuts. Hilo, a Fey Dragon, spawns around midnight by the Moss Door and past those ruins. You talking about that's the around the ring, right? I thought that was the Druid ring. The teleport ring. Not sure about the ring, but the one by those rings almost ate your face. That's not good. Not good at all. Okay, I think the spiders are up on this side, right? I finally going the right way for spiders. Did I finally figure it out? Wait, no, this is where I just was. I just was on the other side of this. What the heck, dude? I literally was just here. Where the heck are the spiders? I can, like, see them, but I just don't remember how to get to them. Yeah, there's a lot of wood up there where the undead are, too. To get to those undead, though, you have to go up into the trees and go to, like, the plateau that's up there. A whole big pain in the butt. This is annoying, man. I'm just running around forever. Like, I don't understand why you can't just go up to a tree with an axe and cut down a tree, right? Like, why can't you do that? I'm not sure the reasoning for the wood piles. No, I want to go up the lift. I'm done being down here. I'm done down here. I'm over it. I'm tired of walking around in circles. I don't care if it's faster. I'm tired of walking around in circles down there. Not that one. It's this one. All right, 16. I got that. We have this one already. Let me get this and this, and then we'll come back at 20 to get these. So we'll probably be out here for a while. A while. I really hate this this city. I really just don't like it. I mean, it's cool, but golly. Trying to figure out where to go around here is such a pain in the butt. All right, that goes down. Where's the one that goes across? Is it down there? Do I have to go down there? The player housing here, unless it's inactive lift that goes. I don't know what they're gonna do with that. No clue where they're gonna put player housing here. I imagine they will eventually, though. Okay, where did I need to go here? I want to go... That's the Beastmaster lift, and that is that where I need to go? Is on that bridge to get across there? And then... I don't know, man. This is why I don't like this zone. I get so freaking turned around. Get used to it. I was the same way, but after spending a couple weeks, I prefer it to Night Harbor. Yeah, it's just I've spent some time here. That's the thing, is I've spent a lot of time here, but I don't spend enough time consistently here. You know, like I'm here for like I'm here for like a little while, and then I leave for a long while, and then I come back. So I don't spend a lot of time here. It's just frustrating. I mean, I know you get used to it, but it's just like, ugh. Okay, so we can go across this bridge to get to stuff. These are the two bridges I never go across, like, ever. I always drop down and go places. And then we have this bridge. What are they doing here? What are these archaeologists doing? They're doing nothing. Nothing. Being boring. Yeah, why are there not wood piles down here with these elves? Let's walk up to them and steal their wood piles. Have they nuked Charm yet? No. Charm has remained way too strong. Yeah, I mean, they are going to be doing something to it, but it's just we got to wait till they get to probably wait till they get to Enchanter before they nerf Charm. Part of the problem is they completely nuke Charm when Enchanters have 0 offense. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, tune. Tune is a better way to put it. Yeah. Enchanters still have their pets, and then they have a bunch of CC. Like, Enchanters are not a DPS class. And I think that's the problem that people need to realize, is that they are not meant to be a DPS class. I don't see what the problem is. Like, people right now are focusing and leaning on Charm way too much because it is so good. Not because it is needed for the class, but because Charm is so powerful. That's why they're using it. The class is fine. You would still want an Enchanter in your party even without Charm. Like, for its haste, for its slow, for its mez, for its clarity. You still want an Enchanter in your party. Like, Charm is just a bonus on top of all that. It's a big bonus on top of all that. Thank you so much, Ketalone. I appreciate it, bud. Told by someone Enchanters that actually aren't biased that the Enchanter summon pet is on par with Elemental Pet. It is. Yeah, the Enchanter summon pet is almost the exact same as the Elemental Pet. Like, it does plenty of damage. Would I rather have Bard or Enchanter in my party for support? Enchanter. Right now. Enchanter all day. An Enchanter in my party not using Charm would be preferred over a Bard in my party. For sure. They don't need to be DPS yet. Each class should have a solo gameplay loop. That's doable, in my opinion. Painful for a while. Well, you need to talk to rogues then. Like, why is it that an enchanter can solo extremely well with their charm pet, and a rogue requires a group? So, like, that's the issue with it. You know, and your argument could literally be, well, they need to make rogues better. Well, they just did a deep dive on rogues. They clearly didn't make them better. So the intent for rogues is apparently group focused. So I don't know why the enchanter can't be. I mean, that's a legit, like, question. I don't understand why everybody thinks that enchanters should just be so much more powerful than every other class. Like, it doesn't make sense. Your enchanter pet dies way too fast? Okay, well, it's an enchanter. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Rogues don't have a good kite kit. How are rogues supposed to kite? You talking about using their, like, thrown weapon thing now? You're talking about archers? Archers have a really good kite kit. Rogues, not so much. Yeah, rogues are probably the worst class in the game right now. And they've had their actual class update. Like, very, very bad job on rogues, in my opinion. Very, very bad. Alright, we're not going to go any farther that way. Going based on dev notes? I'll have to try to find out for yourself. Yeah, find the dev notes for the rogue that says that they're going to be good kiters. I haven't seen any of that. At least rogue is viable in a party, unlike wizard, which is kind of a charity case. Wizards right now are pretty bad in group settings, yeah. But they can quad kite still. It's just, it's not as good as it used to be. And it needed to be nerfed. It was way too good. Like, way, way too good. But, eh. Yeah, they need to add more sustain back to the wizards, because they had it for a while, but took it away. Like, I don't understand what that change was with the wizard. It was like, hey guys, wizards are good in groups for the first time ever in this entire game for 3 days or 2 days. And then they're like, nah, we can't have that. And instead of just tweaking it a little bit, because it might have been a little too strong, but instead of tweaking it a little bit, they just removed the ability completely. They're just like, nope. You do not have sustained damage at all. Bye-bye. You're wanting the Bard instruments? I am too. Bard right now feels really bad because the instruments, they don't really do much, if anything. I feel like they do something, but it's just not much. As a positional damage class, we're aware that rogues have a tougher time than most other classes when it comes to soloing. While Monsters and Memories is a group-focused game, they want classes to have the option of soloing. Like it's a very specific way that they wrote that, Westmort. There should always be the option to be able to solo, but right now, soloing for a lot of classes is the best way to go, and the option is grouping. It needs to be the opposite of that, where you want to be in a group with the option to solo. Wizards, when they were good, didn't make sense though. They had more regions standing in. Well, that's using the melee though, right? Because that's what you were saying, Meta. Is if you meleeed the mob, they left that in accidentally. I'm pretty sure, and they needed to take that out. Where meleeing the mob did not give the stacks for reclaim magic. Like that's a whole different thing. Like to give you at least some ability to play solo while looking for a group. We'd hope to get the new ranged abilities as well as cooldowns reset from Gambit. Make more achievable. Yeah, it's more achievable. It doesn't make it good, right? Yeah, if you choose your targets well, you can use some of their range abilities to kite a little bit, right? That's what they're saying there. They're not saying they're good at kiting. They're not going to be an archer. They're not going to be a ranger. You know, they can do it while they're waiting for a group for a little bit of XP if you're good at it and those monsters are available, is kind of what they're saying. Give me 1 second, be right back. All right. Man, I love sweet tea, but it makes me go to the bathroom. Holy moly. Ended up cutting some due to time annoyance. YouTube doesn't like me editing. Yeah. Oh, it was the farmer just standing there naked? Well, you know, wood elves, they're weird. I've got 34 wood. Let's get a little bit more wood, I guess. We'll go over here to this area and grab some more wood. And then we'll go down to an XP spot. This is taking forever to get just into an XP spot today. Need some bandages. Yeah, I've got a few cloth scraps. I'll make a few bandages. I think we'll be okay today. I'm not too concerned with it. Come on, Waspy. Go attack that guy, Waspy. Oh, no. My Wasp has a whole bunch of mobs on him. He'll be alright. The other benefits to having a pet class. There's just so many benefits to having a pet class, man. They're just so much better. Yeah, there is no way I'm going to hold aggro against my pet. Or sorry, there's no way that I'm not going to hold aggro against my pet. It's not going to happen. This is going to be a day. All right, we'll figure it out. Maybe the pet will get stronger somewhere, somehow. Oh my god. Alright, what do we have? Almost 40. Holy moly. So many skeletons. Jeez Louise! What? Oh, you can't do that anymore. You actually can't shift click anymore to equip those. Well. That's just silly. Sounds like pet gets double attack and dual wield around 20. Nobody seems very certain how the exact level. Yeah, that'll make a big difference. I feel like they should get dual wield at level 15 and then maybe double attack at 20, so they're a little bit behind the a little behind the Beastmaster itself. Oh my gosh, got the hiccups. I want to go down this. I wonder if we can go down this and not die. Like do a Spidey climb down that. Need to be slightly ahead of it since people can't learn how to not spam their abilities and manage threat. Oh, people are never going to learn how to do that. That's not an option. I almost feel like the pet... no, they can't do that. I was going to say, I almost feel like the pet should be more DPS than the Beastmaster. But the way that they're doing it, or planning to do it anyway, is like about a 50-50. A little bit more damage from the Beastmaster than the pet. And that's probably okay. Okay, we have our wood. Let's go get a camp inside of Black Tide Bay and go mess around in there for a little bit. I mean, that took some time. My goodness. I haven't even gotten to the camp yet. It's taken me 2 hours today. Yikes. I'd like to see the pet have better utility options. Yeah, I would too. Snake get a channelable mez. That could be interesting. But basically they wrap up around them and like prevent them from doing any action. But if you hit it, the snake lets go of them, kind of thing. Could be interesting for sure. Hey, there's a naked person running up here. Put some clothes on. Oh, I probably should have bought more lemons. Whoops. Oh no. Oh, okay. I can get these. And we're not going to deal with that guy. I don't want to deal with that guy. Okay, we are finally ready to go. Let's go see if that camp is open where I went to, where I was doing yesterday. That'll be a good camp for a level or two. And we can see what the name drops there. Even if I just auto attack. Oh, I don't have my buff on this guy yet. That'll help a little bit. Yep, and there goes. It pulls it right back off of him again. I pretty much just have to auto attack these guys if I want my pet to stay on it. We'll just do command kill. "87 days. We'll get there eventually. Hope that would have pulled a second one. Dang it. That was almost perfect timing if I could have pulled that one right there. You kind of stop playing, but you're excited? Yeah, I think a lot of people are getting to that point where they're just like, they don't really want to keep playing it. Like, it's a really long beta. Some people don't want to be spoiled. You know, they just want to see a little bit of the game. So I totally get it. Oh my gosh, wolves. Come on. Separate. Nope. This could be it. You go over there. Ah, dang it. I don't want 3 of them. I could do 2. I don't want 3. No, you don't need to help me clear it. I gotta figure out how to clear it myself. Oh. This is part of playing the game solo, you know? You gotta learn how to do this stuff. This is where people are like, well, with solo, the game's harder. Okay. It's called get a group. Yeah. That's what people are going to say is that, you know, like the whole point is that it should be difficult. Does that get interrupted? That channeled heal? I think it can get interrupted. Yeah, I've got Lol Beast, and I've tried Lol Beast, and it's terrible. Lol Beast is awful. Hey, thank you so much for the heal. I appreciate it. Okay, we should be good now to get into position over here. And put down a campfire, tell you to go on passive and stay. You're going to hold aggro on a boss and have to run, whereas before you could solo with rusty weapons? Maybe. Yeah, we're going to see how this works. Like, if I just auto-attack, it seems fine. But I don't spam my other abilities. And then when they run, that's when you spam the abilities. So I may have to just modify this to not use four and 3. So we want to cast 1 and then just turn attack on. Yeah, I may just do it that way. Wasp is not considered a tank pet. If that's the case, it doesn't surprise me about aggro issues. Well, tank pets right now are worse aggro than DPS pets. Like, I keep going over this. People keep asking, why not use a tank pet? That is why. A tank pet is worse aggro. Surprises you? I mean, it doesn't surprise me when it's bugged. It's because it's bugged. What about a balanced pet? They're all worse aggro. The reason is because Provoke is on says it's a 10-second recast, but it's actually a 15-second recast. And then if you put the Guardian Spirit on the pet, it goes from 15 seconds down to something else. So because it's not it's not on a 10-second recast, it's on a 15-second recast, and the sting abilities do more damage than the tank abilities of the tank pets, overall threat is higher on the pets because they do more damage. So you want to use a DPS pet because you want the mob to actually, you want your pet to actually take the hits. So like that's the reason why you use a DPS pet. They need to fix the bug is the problem. But it's fine. We can get around it. We can make this work by just auto attacking. Your bear pet's worse than wasp. Yeah, exactly. The bear pet is worse than a wasp. Because, like, also on top of that, the lethargic sting gives more threat. So this is threat, and this is threat for the wasp. On the bear pet, their third ability is not additional threat. So it's got more things going against it. In my opinion, all of this should have been tested in internal testing, but I don't know what their internal testing process is. Yeah, a big part of the problem with this game in general is the way that casual players play. And this isn't an issue with like casual players. I'm not trying to pick on casual players, you know. They can play the game and it's fine. Play it however you want. But the problem is the way that a casual player would play is they're going to say, oh, the devs know what they're doing. They're doing everything perfectly. I'm going to get a tank pet to be my tank. And they're not actually going to test to see, is the tank pet actually a better tank or not? So the more hardcore players, the players that are the meta players, are going to find this information out far faster than the casual players will. And we're going to basically just have to tell you guys like how it works. It's I don't know what's, you know, how to explain it all, but that's what's happening. Beta testers, they are the beta testers are the internal testers. The problem is that we gamers are not necessarily good testers. We just play the game, making assumptions that the devs are actually making the correct adjustments and things. but we don't know if they are or not. So we need to actually test those. The devs are casual. A lot of the devs are very casual players. Yes, they are casual gamers. We had a wasp pet off tanking last night. It did great. Exactly. The wasp pet is way more threat. It's an amazing threat. It's like they put on in abilities and don't even play it. That's exactly it. Yeah. That's exactly what they do. They put in abilities, and they're like, let's see how this does, and then they wait to see how players play the game. All right, I could pull more mobs in here. This is good to know that I could pull more. But I'm not going to this round. So after this mob, we have time to pull like one of these. You know, it's funny though, Ketalone, people say that we are the beta testers, right? So we're supposed to be testing the game. And then the problem is when I say something is broken or whatever, sometimes I get somebody to be like, well, we're beta testers. Yeah, duh. That's why I'm saying that this is broken. Like, they literally use it two different ways, right? They use it as an attack and as a defense. And it doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm not allowed to say something is bad because it's a beta game, but I am a beta tester, so I'm supposed to tell you that it's bad? It's weird. Do you mash kill command to add to pet aggro? I do, yeah. I'm right now I'm only using kick and kill command. The only abilities that I'm using on my wasp. And then I'm using the heal, the pet heal. And I'm only using kick to level up my acrobatics skill to keep it maxed out. But right now, I'm doing about the same amount of threat, but my bludgeoning skill is really low, so it's only to 18. So I'm going to end up pulling more threat than this pet will eventually. Which is fine, as long as I don't take too much damage and I can use my Lick Wounds ability. So, it'll be fine. Think they will keep double attack for Beastmaster? I think it's going to end up being too strong. The dual wield and double attack, I think it's going to end up being too strong. But we'll see. I don't know what's going to happen with it. If the Beastmaster can dual wield and double attack, and their pet can dual wield double attack, that's 8 attacks per round on those two. Put those in a group with like a Shadow Knight tank, so they get the heal procs. That's going to be huge. Although I think that only procs off of main hand attacks, if I remember correctly. So that may not, I don't know. It may not affect too much there. But I think it's going to end up being too high of a DPS. Maybe. But we'll have to see. The Spellblade was pretty high DPS. And the Archer is pretty high DPS. So they might just be making them on par. I feel like double attack is needed because they want two-handed to be part of the main. Yeah, exactly. That's going to be part of the issue, right? Like if you take away double attack and you just use a two-handed weapon, I mean, they can still do that. It's not really a big deal. But I don't know. It's tough to say right now. I just got double attack at level 15, so we'll have to see how it does. You've been playing EQ Legends over the weekend. How are the new changes? I mean, they're okay. They're making some progress. We've got the Beastmaster and Rogue in updates. They need to clearly tweak the numbers some. Beastmaster's good. Rogue is same as it always was. Not good. Some might even say bad. Holy moly, we got a lot of time here between these spawns, don't we? Oh, wait, I killed one, two. No, we should. This one should be spawning. The heck is happening here? Spawn named. Now. Go. Oh, wait, there's a wolf. That's the problem. The wolf spawned inside the room over there. And they had to walk out. Beastmaster can't be fully balanced yet. It requires a two-handed limitation on chop. Doesn't have the code to support it. Once they fix that part, then we can address actual balancing numbers. Yeah, I mean, that is true, Italica. I'd agree with that. They could still adjust a few things, though. Like, chop isn't that big of a DPS difference. And you have to choose, like, you don't... The only difference between chop and using a two-handed and not is the difference between these two skills. That's literally the difference, right? So, like, instead of using this, you're using this. And this is overall doing more damage than this. But it's by how much is the thing. I don't think it's that much. I don't understand them not wanting DPS parsers in beta. I mean, I agree. We can't trust their math, so they need us to verify stuff. I mean, I agree. I totally agree. Like, if you're going to make us beta testers, we need the tools to beta test properly. You know? If you're going to be relying on us to actually test the content. Yeah, Maul is definitely less damage than Chop. You are correct. But you have to look at the entirety of the class. You're comparing those two skills for DPS. But between those two skills, let's say one is giving you 10 DPS and the other one's giving you 5 DPS. So you're talking about a 5 DPS difference. It's a lot when you're talking about just comparing those two skills. But it's very little when you compare it to the overall DPS of your class, because the majority of the DPS is still coming from your auto attacks and your pet attacks and things like that. So they could still adjust it. I mean, we got to see how much damage it's going to do with dual wield, double attack, really good weapons, you know, all of that. We got to look at all of that. Honestly, I think they should take away, like, Waspy doesn't need provoke. So, like, your DPS pet shouldn't have a provoke ability. They should make that more of a de-aggro ability if they're going to do anything. They have the data. Why do we need it? Because they're not doing what they need to be doing with that data, to be honest. Like, to be perfectly honest. I don't know another way to say that. That doesn't sound less demeaning to the devs. But the data that they have is clearly not functioning very well, or they're not doing what they need to with the data, because it's very clear to us players some of the outliers, right? It was very clear to us players that the armor class, the armor class calculation wasn't working properly. Very clear to us. And we told them for a long time, armor class isn't working. And we were told by the devs, armor class is working. And we went back and forth on it on alpha a lot. Well, they announced a month ago or so, armor class, in fact, is not working properly. So, like, we knew that it wasn't working without the data. And they have the data and thought it was working. So, there's obviously some issue there. That is, well, what Ketalone is saying, too. The devs don't have time to actually put in a lot of time and effort into beta testing. You know, they're putting in their 40-hour work weeks, and then they're coming into this game, and they are developing the game for another couple of hours. You know, like, we have players that are playing the game for, 10 hours a day. There's no way that a dev could put in that amount of time. There's just no possible way. Like, I mean, Sean probably could, but he'd be playing the game for 10 hours a day, coding the game for 10 hours a day, sleeping for 4 hours. You know, it's just not, it's not something they do. Data means zero if you can't read and understand the data. Exactly. Do you prefer solo leveling? No, I actually prefer grouping more than anything. Right now, I'm mostly doing this to see how good the Beastmaster is, if it can solo. I've proven that it can solo just fine. So I could switch it up and play in a group or something now. But I'm also trying to catch up. If I can catch up to Burl, I could get I could start grouping with Burl again. Because honestly, I'm liking the Beastmaster more than I'm liking the Spellblade. Like, I wasn't a big fan of the Spellblade. I don't like all the stance dancing. What gear are you wearing doing the solo testing? When I did the solo testing, I was wearing gear that I picked up on the class from level 1. I didn't put any gear on it. I have now since added some gear. Like, I actually have gear now. Well, I have a few weapons, not a lot of gear. I'm not like Twink to the moon or anything, but I do have some gear. But yeah, doing the solo testing, absolutely nothing. I played the class. I didn't give it any money. I didn't give it any gear. I gave it literally nothing. And got it up to level 16. Very easily. That's how I prefer my early testing. I try to do things like a new player would. Yep, that's exactly what I did on this character. That's what I did on my Spellblade, too, for the first, like, 5 or 6 levels. And then I gave him some gear to test it out. But yeah, you got to test it that way. Like, it bothers me when a player comes in or a person comes in and they're like, oh, this character's way overpowered because I gave it tons of Twink gear. Well, that's why it's overpowered. And then people are like, oh, the character's way underpowered because of this other thing. And it's just like, no, you got to test it, way a player would actually play it. I feel like I do that. People generally don't. Like, I say a class is too good, they're like, oh, it's because you geared it up. You twinked it. And it's like, I didn't. But okay that you think that. Ran into a bug with Prowler's Instinct yesterday. If it's active during Druid's evac type spells, will not work. Group or solo? Huh, that's not good. All right, that was... We got to wait for the named placeholder. Then it will be this guy. But yeah, I did this camp yesterday. And I'm clearly having an easier time today after just putting in a few items on this character. I personally feel like they need to bring down the twinking power level. That's another thing that doesn't make any sense to me is I'll say to somebody that a class is too strong. And then they'll say to me that it's because I'm twinking a character and that's why it's too strong. But I also say that twinking a character is too strong. And then those people say that, no, that's the fun of the game. It should be that way. It just like everybody contradicts themselves. It's like they just want to just always say the opposite of whatever it is that I'm saying for some reason. Like certain people do. It makes no sense. Might have missed it when you were comparing Maul to Chop, but was the pet crit talked about for the damage factor between the two abilities? I assume since you are dual wielding, the argument is why Maul makes sense for your build and not in general. My bad if you didn't talk about it. No, I mean, that is part of it. Yeah, we didn't really go into a lot of detail here. Right now, you don't have to have a two-handed weapon to use Chop. Period. You just don't. It's not a requirement. It's supposed to be a requirement. It is not currently a requirement. But Chop will do, you just look at it right here, versus Maul. Chop is going to do more damage. It does 120% weapon damage ratio versus 60% weapon damage ratio. Two-handed weapons are higher damage ratio, generally speaking, than a one-handed weapon. So technically, this is doing more than 2 times the amount of damage just from the weapon damage ratio. And then on top of that, you're also getting physical damage, and then you're also getting the crit from the beast, which at low level is not a big deal. Because it's only 50% more damage, so it's not a huge amount. So that's not really bad, but Chop does significantly more damage currently than Maul does. Yes, that is true. But if you take all things like everything that the class is doing. So your melee attacks, your auto attack, your double attack, your dual wield, all of that into consideration, plus your pet damage. If you factor all of that in, then the difference between Chop and Maul is not as significant. It still makes a difference, though. Yeah, it is doing it. Yeah, it's doing it 2 times, I guess. 1 for each hand. But the weapon damage ratio, and that's the thing that you have to look at. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Is the difference between Maul and Chop is not astronomical. There is a difference, though. The I'm very smart crew is like that. They are, yeah. What's wrong with being too strong? Then the game becomes too easy. If the game's too easy, then people will get bored and quit. That's one of the things wrong with being too strong. Also, if one class is too strong compared to the other classes, majority of players will play that one class as opposed to the other classes. So that's another problem. Is like right now you have like 2 druids for any one of any other class. You might have 2 druids for every 10. Sorry, you might have 10 druids for every 1 spellblade currently. You know, something like that. Like that's a problem. You want to try to balance the classes out if you can. So there's a lot of issues with a lot of issues with having classes be too strong. Was this the room you were trying to split yesterday with 1 orc and like 4 wolves? Yes, this is the room. And I did split it. I was able to split it yesterday. The wasp pet is by far the best pet, Raven. Yeah. You could have a just people's preference of playstyle, though. I mean, that is part of it, sure. Some of it is people's preference and playstyle. But when it's that big of a difference, that's not the reason. It's because the class is strong and it can do a lot. That's why people play Druid. It's because of all the things the Druid can do and all the things the Druid can do well. WoW had balance and you can never find a healer or a tank. Depends on how you balance it, I guess. I mean, I always could find a tank. I never had any issues finding a tank because I played a tank in World of Warcraft. So to your point, your own argument kind of contradicts your other argument. I have a heck of a time not pulling aggro from my pet with a steel 2-handed currently at level 15. Tried a few different pets. The wasp pet is the way to go. By far the way to go. But you're also using a steel 2-handed weapon at level 15. Steel is above your level. So that's probably why. If you're like when I was level 15 using weapons that I picked up on that character that were easy to get at that level. You know, like I'm not saying you shouldn't have steel weapons, but steel is above the level for that range. But the wasp pet holds aggro very well. So I would highly recommend using the wasp pet. WoW has a tank healer problem because the DPS classes are so well done and there's no responsibility like tank and healer. I mean, that is part of it. Yeah, that's a huge part of it. Tanks and healers have a lot of responsibility. And that's just the way it is in every MMO. And that's why I feel like a lot of tanks... People play a tank in the beginning. They realize it has a lot of responsibility. They quit playing a tank. They get tired of getting yelled at by the rest of the party. You know, all of that kind of stuff. It just gets very tedious and tiresome to play a tank. Like, nobody really wants to be the center of attention. Same thing with like in this game, grouping is supposed to be the main way to play the game, right? But people are like, oh, it's so hard to find a group. It's easy to find a group if you make the group. Problem is, a lot of people don't want to make a group. They don't want to have to maintain it. They don't want to have the responsibility of dealing with that. So they don't. That doesn't necessarily mean that, it doesn't mean that grouping is bad. Doesn't mean that grouping is good. It just means that people don't want to deal with it. But that's why I think they should incentivize it. You know, there should be a reason. Give them a reason to make a group, form a group. Thanks for the next pet we're going to check out. Yeah, I tried Croc, Snake, Jackal so far. They weren't great. No, they're all terrible. Clearly the Wasp pet is by far the best. Yeah, by far the best. It's not even remotely close comparison. What they need to do, honestly, they need to take away Provoke from the DPS pets, add in a DPS or a threat de-aggro to the DPS pets. And then fix Provoke so that it actually is 10 seconds and not 15 seconds. Like, there's just several things like that that are wrong. Like the numbers are just wrong. Spiders are okay. The root substitutes for bad aggro. Yeah, I'm wondering if spiders are okay, or if it's that when you root a mob, you can step farther away from it and it hits the closest target. Like, is it more of a mechanic thing, or is it that spiders are actually decent aggro? Like, I haven't messed with a spider yet, so I'm not sure which one it is. Bear isn't close, and yeah, Tank Healer is much more chill in M&M. Tank Healer is much more chill in M&M, but it's still probably the most demanding out of the classes. Like, as a DPS class, you can just kind of spam abilities. Assist tank spam abilities. It's just not, you know. It's the definitely mechanics of root, yeah. Can't they turn Provoke off? Yes, but that's not the argument we're trying to make. Isn't the Wasp pet broken for damage right now though, and that's why it's best? No. I don't think it's broken for damage. Where'd you get that from? The Wasp pet has their debuff. It's got this ability right here. This is what might be broken on the Wasp pet. This is the main reason you use it. Which gives a lot of threat, and it slows the mob's attack speed. CC puller is all the responsibility. Rest of the group just get fed XP. Not necessarily. I played a CC class in EverQuest. EverQuest 1 for years. I played an enchanter. And I had almost zero responsibility. The only thing that I did as my enchanter was help break the camps. I would buff the group, mez when they pulled too many mobs, and then I would sit there and chat with people most of the time. I literally did nothing on my enchanter for a long time. I would every once in a while I would give them haste and I would give clarity, and I would sit there and wait. If you have a good puller, or if you have somebody that understands how the timings and stuff work, you break the camp and you just pull. Like, I don't need CC here in this camp. Now that I've broken it, I just pull the mobs as they spawn. Kind of solves the problem. I thought they were talking in chat yesterday and out of character that wasp damage for poison was hitting harder than it should. You're talking about this sting ability right here? I don't think it is. But they don't have a poison. Their poison comes from Savage Spirit, this right here. It does, but it's not poison actually. Yeah, it's just rip. It's just physical damage. I don't know where the poison's coming from. So yeah, I don't know who was saying that yesterday and where that information comes from. Pulling is the most complex job. I mean, it kind of is complex, but if you know what you're doing, it's really not that hard. It's not that bad. Once you learn it, it's pretty easy. And once you break a camp, it's extremely easy. But there is a lot of knowledge to pulling. I will give you guys that. There's a lot of knowledge to pulling. A bad puller is noticeable. Very much noticeable. There's nothing to learn with tanking or healing? Yeah, there is. Absolutely something to learn with tanking and healing. You got to learn the way that the mobs fight. Do these mobs have death touch? You know, a mob that has death touch, clearly the healer's going to have to be aware that that mob is going to do some serious damage at the beginning of the fight. Does this mob have a nuke? Which nuke do you have to interrupt? Does this mob have... Right now, this doesn't happen very often, but does it have a frontal ability that you need to dodge out of? Tanks have to look for that. So you have to learn a lot of things as a tank and healer. Just as much as you do as a puller. Pulling's a lot more annoying with the spam charge and archers hitting. Yeah, I'm sure that changed a lot. I'm sure it did. Yeah, like pulling is going to be annoying now for people that are trying to learn the new mechanics. For sure. Curiosity question, since you're talking about tanks, why would anybody want to play a warrior instead of a Shadow Knight or monk? Well, monk is not a tank, first of all. It is a DPS class. It's a very good puller and a DPS class. It has the ability to off-tank temporarily, but it is not a tank. So they're not comparable. When you compare it to a Shadow Knight, a fighter versus a Shadow Knight, the main reason you play a fighter is for the more physical damage mitigation. So the fighter has 10% damage mitigation and 5 defense. They have a stance for that, which is 5% more mitigation and 5 defense higher than a Shadow Knight's personal mitigation that they can do. On top of that, the fighter is the only tank of the tanks, the only one of the tanks that has the 40% physical mitigation buff that they can put up. It's 30 seconds, 40% reduction of physical mitigation. So that's what the fighter has, right? Now, the Shadow Knight has a lot more, to be honest. And right now, a Shadow Knight is overall the best tank. Given everything that it can do, it's overall the best tank in the game. But there is a reason to play the fighter. Monk FD sucks? What sucks about it? Monk FD is actually really good right now. It's a guaranteed mem wipe. They broke it. So it just mem wipes instantly. They don't get any heal, so it takes forever to do anything if you have to solo. Yeah, Fighters are one of the worst solo classes in the game. The only solo class that's worse than a fighter is the rogue. There's a huge fighter tax, if that's what you're talking about. There's absolutely a huge fighter tax. You get slightly better physical defense capabilities, and for that, you get way less utility, way less solo ability, way less of everything else for the very slight increase in physical damage mitigation. What level do monks stop tanking at? They are never tanks. Monks are not considered tanks. But the game right now is so easy that up to like level 30 to 40. I mean, I was tanking on my level 34 Spellblade just fine the other day. I've had a ranger tanking on a level 30-ish Spellblade just fine. That's part of the problem with the game. The game is not balanced properly. So tanks that are classes that are not supposed to be tanks are able to tank because DPS is so good, monsters die so quickly, they're not doing enough damage, etc. That is part of this change that we've gotten with these classes getting more abilities. So all of these things that people are complaining about, the charge ability of the that NPCs are doing, and like all of these new abilities that they're adding in for these classes, that is part of the change to make sure that tanks are tanking and DPS classes are not tanking. That's literally part of it. Fighter will take less damage and tank for longer than the other tanks, but SK can solo, so that's why you see so many Yeah, that's part of the reason you see so many Shadow Knights, yeah. They can solo better, and they can tank just as well for the most part. Where can we see all the deep dives? You missed some? You can go to their website and click on... here, I'll show it to you in a minute. I don't want to make... Okay, let me get this guy. Alright. So, whoops, don't want to go here. So if you go to the website, Monsters and Memories, go to the Community Hub, click on Updates. If you want to do it this way, you can click on Updates, and then you can go to the deep dives are all right here. So there's the Beastmaster, there's the Archer Druid, there's the Wizard, there's the Spellblade. You can see them there. They really need to do Cleric and Fighter deep dive next to see where all this is leading to for 18 classes. I mean, the Fighter I feel like is going to be one of the last ones done, because it's going to be one of the more simple ones. But we'll see. You need Monk badly. Yeah, Monk needs to be done. Like a lot of classes need to be done. I mean, it kind of feels bad. All right, I need to go to the bathroom again. Holy moly. I drank way too much sweet tea. And I'm going to go get some sweet tea again, go to the bathroom, and check on something real quick. I'll be right back in just a minute. Hopefully things don't respawn. We'll see what happens. All right, let's see if we messed up our spawn rotation here or if we're good. Oh, we got a wolf. Let's grab the wolf. Actually, I don't think we've messed it up at all. I think this will work out fine. Yep, we get that tracker next. Hopefully, we can get that tracker before another wolf spawn. We could wait. We'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Can't wait until they remove the dot flopping. I can't either. Like, that whole dot flopping thing is silly. That was just clearly put in, untested. You know. You should get that wolf red eyes for a pet. I saw somebody with a red-eyed beast type creature for a pet. Sorry, that group was asking me if I wanted to group up. Normally, I would group up, guys. I really would. Like, I prefer to group. But I'm trying to kind of power level this character. And I'm going to see if I can catch up to a friend of mine so I can group with him again. Because we were grouping with him on the Spellblade, and I was enjoying the grouping on the Spellblade, but I wasn't enjoying the Spellblade. I am actually enjoying the Beastmaster. No, but I also want to see how this class plays in different level ranges and stuff as well. So I got the Spellblade up to 34, and I kind of want to get this guy up so I can actually talk about it. Some people, you know, they're like, "Oh, you only played it at level 20," and I do this too. You only played it at level 20. Well, the character changes a lot. You know, you gotta play it at different level ranges to really get a feel for them. So I'm kind of doing that. Not that I need to justify any of that, but yeah. You can tame those, I believe. Yeah, you should be able to tame these. I don't know. The green-eyed ones, Beastmaster Trainer pet, who you can tame and then get killed for at 60. Wait, what? You get killed for at 60? Hopefully they fix this. Hopefully they fix this where you can go back and tame pets later on. Like, and if you miss a pet, like say you level up to 30 and you never get a wasp, how are you supposed to level that wasp? I could tell you how to do it, by the way, through quests. It's just a pain in the butt. Once you're 60, you can tame the Beast Trainer wolves with the green eyes. Oh, okay. She'll kill you when you do it? Really? Interesting. Any idea if there's a wasp in the teens? I've heard that there's level like 15 wasp. I think over in Keeper's Bite. Those wasps are higher level than these level 1, 2, 3 wasps, whatever these are over here that I have. There is a higher level wasp in Keeper's Bite somewhere. I don't know what level they are, though, but they are higher level. Wasp teens, Keeper's Bite. Yeah, Keeper's Bite, the docks, go down Night Harbor. They're 15 over there. The level 8 scout. Yeah, the Wasp Scouts are slightly higher level. Those are found in Evershade Weld. But the ones at Keepers are definitely higher. You're 15 now? There you go. I mean, you could go get the level 8 wasp. You should be able to group with a level 8 wasp and level it up. But a 15 wasp would mean you don't have to catch it up. So it overall is better. Wasp drones are the 16 ones. There you go. I thought it was cool to see they plan on needing to do a quest to get the shark pet. I thought that was a really cool idea too. Like, I kind of hope they do that with more pets. Oh, shoot. I knew this was going to happen. Your wolves need to separate. I wonder if I can lull beast. Nope, didn't work. Well, we gotta fight 2 of them. Let's see what we can do here. We should be fine. I mean, it literally said that I calmed him. So lull did not work on a trained wolf. Maybe it's not intended to work on a trained wolf because it's trained. I don't know. Yeah, we could add that. We could bug report it just in case. I don't know if it's supposed to work that way or not. Made a post about the underwater sitting issue, and the dev responded saying they're aware and intend to be able to sit without seeing an animation. That's kind of weird that they put in a whole underwater dungeon and didn't do that. I find that kind of odd, but okay. No animation is hard to know it's supposed to work. Yeah. But you can't actually sit underwater right now, I don't think. Like, even without the animation, I think if you try to sit, you just stand back up and you don't get... Like, I'm pretty sure I've tested that. I opened my book the other day and it didn't... Alright. Oh, shoot. We are good. Got a little behind on these because I got up to go to the bathroom and get a drink. Clearly they didn't realize you couldn't med in the water. That's what I think. Rather than design a dungeon with spots to meditate. Yeah. Well, I think they knew ahead of time. That's the thing that's weird. They actually have a dungeon in the deep that they haven't released yet. But in that dungeon, it's underwater. And they have these mushrooms that are under the water. So that are on the bottom. And these mushrooms create a dome so that you can sit and meditate at these mushrooms. So they know that it's an issue. They've known that it's an issue for a while. They need to redesign the dungeon so the actual air pocket spots. Yeah, something like that would be nice. You can open the spell book underwater and you get your mana ticks like you would you're not in the water until it gets fixed. That is not true, no. You can open your spell book, but you do not get the meditation ticks necessarily. I personally tested that, and it was not giving me meditation ticks. FD isn't an instant aggro wipe. It was last time I used it. So unless they changed it. You can med while having the book open. It works in Grimtide. Does it work in Grimtide? It didn't work that way the other day when I tested it on my wizard in Scarwood. Like, I wasn't getting full meditation ticks. I was getting like some mana back, but it wasn't the full tick for meditation. If you scribe a spell and leave it, huh? Maybe that's the difference. I don't know. I'll have to test it further, but yeah, it wasn't working. They've changed it. I think they just broke it. I mean, they tend to do that often. But yeah, we'll have to mess with it. Like, that dungeon really sucks. Without meditation, it really sucks. All right, let's see. Bludgeoning is at 31. It's slowly going up. Running out of time. They are running out of time. Why did you drop Spellblade and swap to Beastmaster? So I could just try it out. I like to test. I'm trying to test out as many classes as I can so that I can speak to them more fully. I've had too many people are like, you don't know what you're talking about because you don't play the class. And it's like, I'm pretty sure I still kind of know what I'm talking about. So I'm trying to play the classes more. But I'm preferring the Beastmaster over the Spellblade. I don't know, it's more fun to me. So far. The Beastmaster definitely solos better than the Spellblade. The Spellblade is a decent soloer, but the Beastmaster's better. Far better. I don't know if I'm going to like two-handed versus dual-wield better or not. I don't know. Right now, the main reason I'm dual-wielding is so that I can keep my bludgeoning and slashing skills up. I'm trying to level my bludgeoning skill right now. Because I'm a solo player at heart, I don't like to solo. I prefer not to. I am probably one of, if not the biggest advocate for more group play. I would prefer this game, honestly, to be unsoloable on any class. They're not going to do that, but I would prefer, like, if they made the game required to have at least 2 people in a party to kill monsters, unless you were really, really geared and really good at your class. But most people are not going to like that. Most people prefer to have the option to solo. So in that case, the option to solo is good, but the preferred way to play should be in a group. I'm okay with people wanting to solo. I just, I don't like it. You literally can't do anything if you can't find a group. That doesn't sell well. It does not sell well at all. That's why, like, I understand that I am outside of the majority on that one. Way outside. Most people will not want to do that. So that's why I don't advocate for it very often. Like, why would I, why would I push that? People think that's the funny part. People think that's what I'm actually trying to get into this game, is make it to where it's impossible to solo. That's not really what I want out of this game. It's how I would prefer to play it. But I know that not everyone is going to want to play it that way. So make soloing, okay. It shouldn't be terrible. Guess what? Chicken butt got you. Oh, I can feel cold air. He thinks the problem was just the thermostat. Oh, nice. 3 weeks and a whole new outside unit because no one checked the power to the thermostats. I mean, we did check the power to the thermostats. We replaced the batteries in them. It's fixed? The guy's here right now fixing it. I'm guessing, yeah, it's fixed. You got a new AC unit because a cord came unplugged? Well, apparently it fried the board. There's like a central board or whatever, and it fried that. And that wasn't working. So we called them and said, hey, the AC's not working. They sent out people to check it. And what they said is we needed a whole new unit. So they replaced the whole unit. We rent, so I don't have to pay for any of it. I just had to sit in a hot house for, what is it? What are we at now? Like 20 days? Or close to it? He left. He said it's done. Nice. Is cold air blowing out? I feel colder air. I feel something. With all heaters, coolers, any of that stuff, with housing, it's always the motherboard. I mean, that wasn't my job, man. Somebody didn't do their due diligence. You can replace just the board like a motherboard for a PC? I'm sure, yeah. Cool air when you visit? Yes, cool air when you come to visit. It definitely feels cooler in my little corner over here. I'm happy about that. That's funny, though, that they replaced the entire unit. Guys, they replaced the outdoor unit. They replaced the attic unit. They replaced the thermostats. They replaced the motherboard. It's like a whole new AC system. Kind of makes me want to rent another year at this house. We're also getting a brand new dishwasher. Crazy. Isn't it illegal? So we looked into that. No, it is not illegal in the state of South Carolina. They have 15 days to do something about the AC situation. Because AC is not a required to live thing in the state of South Carolina. So, yeah. It was a whole argument that we had there. It was not good. You get a new wife? No, I've got a girlfriend though. She's sitting downstairs. That's Feisty who's talking. You can ask her if she wants to be replaced or not. She's not going to like it. She's going to get feisty with you. Tell that to old people? Oh, I mean, yeah, I agree. I think it should be mandatory. We're at the age we cannot make women dishwasher jokes anymore. Nah, we're actually getting a new dishwasher. I guarantee you I hand wash more dishes than my girlfriend does. But I also probably make more dishes than she does, so it makes sense. How you keeping up rested bonus with no fire? I don't know. I guess it's a bug. Oh, I get the joke. I get the joke. Yeah, new dishwasher equals... Yeah, I'm also getting a new sandwich maker, you know. I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. And Texas is illegal? Well, you know. Everything's bigger in Texas, including laws. Bug. Let's see. Bug. What are we doing here? How do we say... I don't know what to put this under. Performance issue, feedback, pack animals. Other bug is the XP. Rested XP bonus staying without having a campfire. No clue why. There you go. I bug reported it. Nobody can say that I'm cheating because I bug reported it. This bug has been around. It's been around for a while. Yeah, I don't know how to. I don't know why it does that. I don't know how to recreate it. I don't know how to not create it. I don't know. Check your warmth buff. Yeah. I've got the warmth buff for some reason, but no campfire. So I don't know why it does that. No, it's 1 second on the warmth buff. It just doesn't turn off for some reason. What was the other bug we were going to put in? There was another bug. I forgot what it was now. Lol Beast, thank you. That's what it was. Bug. Combat and abilities. Ability not working? We'll put it under that. Lol minor beast does not work on a quote a trained wolf inside of BTB. Possibly intended because they are trained. Question mark? I don't know. Bug reported. When I had the bug, it was giving it like 20k minutes of duration. Yeah, sometimes that happens too. That's another ongoing bug that they've had in the game for a long time, where buffs just don't go away, and they just have like this unlimited duration. They also did that with corpses for a while. You could have a corpse that was looted, but the corpse would actually last indefinitely. I think some of that stuff is probably causing... I'm kind of chilly, by the way. Wow. That air's working well. I think some of that might be causing some of their lag issues, right? We get some lag issues now and then, and I think that some of that is maybe attributing to that. The 50-year corpses? Yeah. So if you have like extra corpses sitting around that aren't fading away after time, clearly that will cause extra lag. All right, what level do we need to be to group with Burl? Calculator. 30, let's say 35 times 0.66. So 23-ish. 23, 24. And I can actually group with Burl. I need to see... Hey, Esar, is anybody on in the guild that can invite me? Then I can at least have conversations with people in guild. Oh, I got level 17. We've got Chop, level 17. Cool, we can do that. And then we have Cleanse Companion is 18. Violently maul your target, dealing 65 weapon damage per weapon equipped and decreasing their physical. Oh, this is the upgrade to Maul. Nice, at 19. Okay. It's Maul 2. So, of course, it's the upgrade to Maul, you dum-dum. This Criddle guy, he's an idiot. He's very, very dumb. How much more damage does Chop 2 do? 150% weapon ratio. Wow. Oh, that's another thing that I just realized. This one scales better. Oops, not this one. This one only went up by 5%. This one went up by 30%. This one should have gone up by 15. If this one's going to go up by 30, right? Am I wrong there? I'm pretty sure that's right. I also wonder if pets have to learn their skills, or if they automatically, when they level up, just get the maximum of that skill. Does anybody know? So, like, when a pet... If you level up a pet, does it just automatically get the maximum dual wield or double attack skill or offense skill or whatever? What the heck? All right, that's fine. We can kill two at once again. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, acrobatics, is that max now? Nice! Dude, acrobatics goes up so much faster now. They must have changed that. On my fighter, when I was trying to level acrobatics for kick, it was such a pain in the butt. Okay, that was 1, 2, 3 of the wolves. What's next? The placeholder next? Named? Here, we'll just get some mana back and see. This right here is almost exactly why I'm trying to say that low-level dungeons or low-level named monsters should spawn more often. I've seen this named one time ever. So, like, I might end up... It's possible to out-level this named before you even see it. And it's definitely possible to out-level it before you see the rare drop on it. So I think, like, level 1 to 20, names should probably spawn twice as often. And then maybe start to slow them down as you get higher level. If they want to try to control the gear and all that. But yeah, like, low-level mobs, they're just... It just feels really bad. Going to Wormsbane, it feels really bad. You may not ever see a named mob ever spawn in that camp that you're in Wormsbane because you're just going to out-level it. I guaranteed you won't get the drop you want if unless nobody else rolls on it before you out-level it. Yeah, I mean, most of the time, I would say that's probably true. Like a majority of the time. What's over here? Is this just a cubby hole? I've actually never been over here. Oh, this drops down into, okay, into that area. Oh, so you can actually, this is like a shortcut to get into that lower section. Interesting. Ratman on the other side of the destroyed bridge. Yeah, I don't think you can jump that far, though, can you? Like, can you actually make that jump? I feel like that would be a really cool place to have something like a quest. Like, come in here, kill a certain mob, and it drops a plank. Right? And you can drop the plank down to walk across that temporarily, then the plank goes away, or something like that. Wizard could blink, maybe? Maybe. Should bring the wizard in here and try it out one day. I've been asking for that type of thing. Have a thing on the other side of the bridge to give Temp access. Yeah, like a grappling hook could be cool. Like you could do a quest for a grappling hook that specifically works in this dungeon, you know, to shoot across. Things like that could be fun. Want more big dungeons and cool little shortcuts like that? I do too. There was a thing in... Was it Final Fantasy? No, it was in Star Wars. Star Wars The Old Republic. Where you had... If you had certain trade skills, you could unlock certain areas and take shortcuts. I like that idea. They didn't utilize it enough in that game, but I like the idea. You played Star Wars The Old Republic? Yep, long time ago. I played it when it first came out. That game, before Final Fantasy XIV, I would say had the best MMO solo player experience. Your jam for a long time? Yeah, it was good. It was a fun game. It had a lot of issues, but it was a fun game. I also really liked Hut Ball. Hut Ball was a lot of fun. Like, really liked Hut Ball. Did Volley just try to do the, it's tight fit, but you can blink it? Nice! So Volley, just double check. You can blink across that that bridge. Really hope they add chat bubbles to Monster Memories, at least a way to turn it in on an options. I don't see it happening, honestly. Sean doesn't seem to like chat bubbles and doesn't seem to want chat bubbles, so I don't think we're going to see chat bubbles. I really like where Sean's going with a lot of this stuff. I know that some of the stuff that Sean says is very tedious, very annoying, and all that. And I agree. Some of it is very tedious and annoying. But some of it I really resonate with. Like his lack of wanting chat bubbles. His lack of wanting everybody to have even like a cosmetic pet to follow them around. Sean is very much the same way as I am in that mindset where it just adds a lot of clutter, adds a lot of clutter to the screen, and it detracts from the game. And I kind of agree with him on that. Like, I'm right there with him on that one. It's just too much. I don't like having the windows that I currently have. Like, normally I would have this window up here. I would close that one down. I only have it open right now because I want to check my pet damage. But I would close down a lot of these different windows. I don't like them. Same, but I feel handicapped after 20 years of WoW. I mean, I get it, yeah. The frog dogs and the rotworms. frog dogs and rotworms? What are you talking about? In Star Wars? I'm dying over here. What the heck? And to make it clear, this is not me saying them to turn it into WoW. Yeah. Oh, I get you. Yeah. There's some features in WoW that I like and that could fit in this game really well without them turning the game into World of Warcraft. I don't like that argument when people are like, oh, it's a slippery slope. Everything's going to become WoW just because you say like one thing. You make one suggestion and they're all like, no, we can't have that. Like, oh my gosh, guys, come on. Calm down. Calm down. Those are the teams in Hutball. Were they the teams in Hutball? I don't remember the team names at all in Hutball, but I liked playing Hutball. I had a lot of fun in Hutball. I played a Sith. Was that the class was a Sith? The tank, Jedi tank class? I think it was Sith. Anyway, I loved Hutball because I could get the ball and then I could teleport myself up on top where the other players were and score over and over and over. Because players for a long time didn't realize on the opposing team, don't stand in your goal. If you stand in your goal, I, on my character, can just jump to you and score. I used to do it so much. Because people are trying to, I'm defending the goal. No, you're not. You're giving me a way to score. But thank you. Like all the people that just want EQ? Yes, exactly. Oh my gosh, dude. Well, it was like that in EverQuest, so it should be like that in this game. No, it shouldn't. That's not how that works. Very frustrating argument. It really is. It really, really is. Like, just because I like one thing from EverQuest doesn't mean I want everything from EverQuest. And just because I like one thing of World of Warcraft doesn't mean this game is going to become World of Warcraft. I don't understand that argument at all. Doesn't make any sense. To be fair, they definitely gave the impression this game was mostly EQ. It was, yeah. I'm fine with the changes, but it was sold as a new EQ for quite a while. I would say, Sith Juggernaut. There you go. That's what it was, Droid. Thank you. It's been so long since I played that game. Yeah, Sith Juggernaut. But yeah, I mean, it is fair, Meta. They made this game seem like it was supposed to be a copy and paste of EverQuest. But they never actually stated that. And I think that's the difference. Is some people say the devs are making this game as a copy and paste of EverQuest. But in fact, what they did, they made a spiritual successor to EverQuest. But I think, again, that was more players calling it that than the devs calling it that. If anything, the devs of Pantheon called it a spiritual successor to EverQuest. The devs of Monsters and Memories have just said old school. Like, I don't think they rarely used EverQuest in their like explanations. Oh, well, because EverQuest did this, we're doing it this way. Is it one of the devs an old EQ dev? Yeah, Sean is, yeah. But that doesn't mean anything, right? There's also Blizzard devs on the team. So now it's a Blizzard game? That doesn't really work. Ooh, we got the named. Without his pet. Woohoo! I wonder if this game can hold a decent population. I saw Pantheon had 50 players the other day on Steam. Well, Pantheon's a terrible game. It's just they've done a poor job with Pantheon. That's the short version of it. This game will hold a player's attention much longer than Pantheon. Absolutely, without a doubt, this game will hold your attention much longer than Pantheon. They have core tenets, and they should stick to that. That is the game I'm here for. Sandwichy combat and group focus. Probably also other things. Yeah, the sandwichy combat and the group focus, the social gameplay, all of that stuff is the reason I'm here. If they start getting away from that, that'll be the reason that I leave. If that's what they want to make out of this game, then that's fine. But right now, the game is not social enough, in my opinion. It is not group-focused enough. And they are slowly getting away from the sandwichy combat. So the current direction and the current trajectory of this game is actually not what I want. So we'll see how long I play it. I do plan on playing it up to early access and at the start of early access because this game, because of the devs, what they want out of this game is the same thing. This mod probably shouldn't run. That's interesting. Beast Claw gauntlets, but can't be used by a Beast Master. That's interesting. Turn it into button mashing, pay to win, WoW clone. I'm done. Yeah, I'll be out very quickly if they make this too much. Like, I mean, I like World of Warcraft, but if I want to play World of Warcraft, I'll go play World of Warcraft, you know? So. This game is very much EQ, though, even using the acronyms. That's all player... Well, it's a twofold problem, right? A previous dev on the team made a lot of those things. And because that dev was literally copy and pasting EverQuest into this game. But I don't think that was necessarily by choice. I think that was because they didn't really know. I mean, I can make speculations here, and that's really all it is. So I don't really want to say anything. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings, but I felt like that particular dev wasn't very innovative, I guess. Couldn't come up with their own ideas that functioned in the game, so they just kind of copied and pasted something else that worked. That's just my take on it. That may or may not be true, but that's my take on it. I loved EverQuest. Yeah, don't get me wrong, guys. I loved EverQuest, and I'm glad that this game is copying a lot of things from EverQuest. It just doesn't need to be a direct one-to-one copy of EverQuest. We need to get away from that. Star Wars: The Old Republic is actually the first MMO I raided in, and its raids were quite good. Its raids in the beginning were okay. I kind of stopped. Like, I did the Rancor raid in there. I did the raid where you had to twist the pillar things, like, and line up the pillars to match. I did that raid. What's another raid that I did? There were like only 3 or 4 raids, I think, when I played. Quorum was the first EQ raids you did? Wow. I did EQ raids in probably early 2000. I don't even know when raids were added to EverQuest, but I did them soon after they were added because they didn't have, like, Nagafin and Vox and Plane of Hate and Plane of Fear were not there when I started playing. But it was super cool when they finally added those, and everybody was like, what? This content is so hard. It's amazing. Loved it. Quorum is EQ and Loot Pinata mode. It's fun initially, but it gets boring really fast. Exactly. That is why I don't think EQ Legends is going to be as successful as some people think. It's one of those games that it's fun initially. It's an action RPG put into EverQuest. It's going to be fun for a short time until people basically just get everything. They just put up the beta servers. When was that? When did the beta server, the open beta servers launch for EQ Legends? That was like a couple days ago, right? It was less than a week ago, was it not? There are already people doing D4 or whatever it's called, tier 4 of Nagafen and Vox and hate and fear and all that kind of stuff. Already. Like a weekend. And you think that game's going to last? No, people are just going to clear through the content super fast. I'd hope they would improve on raids. No aspect of EQ raiding was fun. EQ raids later on became pretty fun. I want to see raids in this game somewhere between EverQuest 1 and World of Warcraft. That's what would be really nice. Like, I don't want these crazy, you know, everybody's got to avoid puddles all the time, all that kind of stuff. But something more than just put mob in corner and beat on it for an hour, right? Something between those two would be good. EQ was popular just because it was genuinely tough. Exactly. It was a hard game. It was a challenging game. It was a social game where you needed to talk to other players to do anything. With today's technology and today's, like, the way that we spread information, EverQuest type of game just doesn't work anymore because everybody just knows everything too quickly. And then at that point, it's like, game's not fun anymore because you know exactly where to go, what to do, how to do it, etc. Hey, what's on, Helter Smelter? How you doing? People are leveling like 10 levels a day. They are, yeah. Legend isn't on my radar. Yeah, they're getting like 10 levels a day is ridiculous. It was Karaga the Hutt. It's been a long time. Karaga the Hutt. Oh, that was the one of the raid bosses or whatever. Yeah. Vexthal was awful. 16-hour crawl and mobs with 1 million plus HP. Yeah. Vexthal was definitely rough. I agree. I want fights that are for like raid content in this game. I want them to be longer fights, but not like 20-30 minutes. Like a 10-minute raid is probably about right. Like a 10-minute boss, and then maybe like some trash mobs to get to the next boss. If they do, like, you know, a raid where you actually take a whole raid force in and try to do all of it. And then the mechanics of it is more than just tank and spank. I don't want to see a tank and spank. All right, I think we're waiting for another spawn here. Give me 1 second, right back. Use the restroom real quick. Well, I didn't start sweating when I went into the bathroom this time. That's a bonus. The AC is at least working. Oh shoot, I need to feed my pet, I think. Yep, I did need to feed my pet. EQ Legends is the EQ Revenge Tour. All the old vets have craved. That's it. Just my opinion. Oh, yeah. That's 100% what it is. It's all these, like, very old EverQuest 1 veterans that have been playing EverQuest 1 and all the TLPs and all that. It's those guys. And all they want to do is just do it again in a different way. And personally, I'm tired of doing it again. That's, like, I have almost no desire to play EverQuest Legends. Maybe a little bit. Like, a tiny bit. But not really. "10 levels a day. I can get from 1 to 10 in a day. That's about it. Some people play like they're literally smoking meth. Be able to play like a machine for days and days. We shouldn't cater the game. No, we shouldn't cater the game to them, but that's literally what's happening in that game. That is literally what's happening. Not bored enough to play EQ Legends? Kinda, yeah. I got other games that I would rather play. Plenty of them. Like, if I wasn't playing Monsters and Memories, I still need to play through Death Stranding 2. I never did that. Love Death Stranding 1. I haven't played through Cyberpunk 2077. Literally never played through that. There's so many other games out there that I would play over EverQuest Legends. Many, many other games. No Rest for the Wicked, I've heard is good. I didn't even know about it until the other day. Somebody mentioned it. I'd totally play that. The new Witcher 3 DLC's coming out. I would totally play that. Cyberpunk is so good, even when it was broken, it was incredible. That's what I keep hearing, that the game was absolutely phenomenal. And then after they fixed it, or like made the updates to Liberty or whatever the DLC was, and the game is just awesome. And I just never played it. Oh, Oxygen Not Included was a lot of fun, yeah. It has a new DLC? Really? I enjoyed Oxygen Not Included. I played that game a bunch a few years ago. Spent like several weeks playing through a couple of different playthroughs of it. Really enjoyed that game. But yeah, there's so many games that I would want to play. Like, I just don't see the reason to play EQ Legends. Like, it's just EverQuest again. That's probably what they should have called it. EverQuest again. And again. And again. I have a hard time playing single-player games after MMOs. I mean, I prefer MMOs, yeah. Like, I totally get you on that. I need at least one player or a hub-type zone or even the ghost system in Elden Ring. Made me feel not alone. Yeah. I get it. It's a new aquatic world and your dupes can swim now. That sounds fun. The player invasions in Elden Ring are cool. I don't like those a lot of times because the players are way better than me. So they end up... Oh my god, my hiccups. Ah. They end up just killing me. Oh shoot, is that going to get the wolf? It didn't get the wolf, but... This means I'm going to have double wolf again. Oh shoot. Oh my god, I got the hiccups. Why do I have the hiccups? I struggled and then turned it off. Glad it's an option, though. Yeah, I mean, it's cool as an option, yeah, but they kicked my butt. Every time a new player would come in, I would see them just, like, rolling around in front of me, and I'm like, I'm dead. Like, I'm just gonna die. Alright, we gotta get this guy quickly before his buddy respawns. Nailed it. When they're going to fix the meleeing with your bow bug? I don't know. Hopefully soon. It's gotten better. Like, you see that I did switch. Right? I'm not using the bow now. So they've kind of fixed it. Thank goodness for Eminem Key would be one of the suckers. Yeah. I bet you that's why Eminem... Or sorry, why EQ Legends, partly why it's so popular right now is because they have an open test that anybody can play by just giving them money. But you have to pre-order the game to do it. So you got to give them at least $20. But Eminem could do the same thing. That's something that, like, I respect the devs from Eminem over, is that there's so many people that have offered them, hey, I'll give you $20, I'll give you $40, I'll give you $50, whatever, to get into Monsters and Memories beta. And they're like, no. We have plenty of people in the beta. We're good. You know, you can earn your way in, or you can get in through the lottery system or whatever. I actually respect that. As opposed to Daybreak, whom I do not respect in the least. Daybreak is all about the money. Which I get. I think the devs should get paid for their work, but Daybreak is like, we'll nickel and dime everybody. I just don't respect the company. I almost bought EQ Legends for me and my girlfriend to play, but the old graphics with zero option for new models was a deal breaker for both of us. Yeah, it's funny to me when people come in here on Monsters and Memories are like, why won't you just play EverQuest? EverQuest looks better than this game. And I'm like, what? Have you looked at EverQuest in the past 20 years? It does not look better than this game. Like, the animations might be the same or similar to EverQuest, but this game looks way better. Like, way better. For one, this brazier right here wouldn't be a 3D object in EverQuest. It would be a 2D object, like one this way and then one this way, overlapping each other. Like, what the heck? Who can say that Monsters and Memories looks the exact same as EverQuest? Like, they're crazy. I think they're doing it to get to incite people. I respect them for that, but I think they should do that because they're torn between releasing too soon because they need to pay people. I mean, I get that. They definitely need money. You know, I respect them for not taking the money, but they do need to pay their devs, right? These devs have worked very hard in this game. They deserve something. And now that the game is starting to take off, I mean, I don't know for a fact, but I would imagine that there were several devs for this game that just were doing it for fun to make a game, but not necessarily expecting it to ever turn into a career, right? I'm going to use this like ZBrushed. I think it's ZBrushed or Zukin. I think it's ZBrushed. Like using this game to make some models to make his portfolio better, so he can say, "Hey, I helped make this game to get another job," right? That kind of thing. And you know, I'm surprised. This game's done very well, and now they can actually potentially pay people, and it's gonna turn a group of people from never being devs, like they've never developed a video game in their life, to being an actual game dev, which a lot of us would love to do in our lives, but we never get around to it, or we never have the opportunity to do it. So, you know, more power to them. I would love to make a game. I would love to build a game, but I don't have the funds sitting around to be able to fund it, and I don't have the talent, and I don't have the connections. I just don't have all that stuff. But it'd be really nice. This game will be amazing in 4 years if it gets there. I mean, I think it'll be less than that, but yeah. I mean, once this game releases, once they get to the 1.0 state of this game, I think it's going to be great. How long that's going to take them, who knows? Where are the monsters here? What's going on? Oh, there it is. I'm curious if I'm actually getting the rested bonus right now. It shows that I have the rested bonus, but I'm curious if it's actually ticking down in a visual bug or not. And I have no way to really test that. Because it would really suck if I was not getting the rested. Does your pet get rested? I don't know. But the pet level's faster than you do, so. Yeah, well, the pet requires less XP. So I don't know. Oh, geez, this isn't good. I'm behind. That's what I get for pulling that extra mob. No, what the heck? Back off. What the heck is this thing doing? I really like this camp. This is a really good camp for solo. I might actually be out leveling this at this point. I may have to go deeper in. Because these sentries are now green. So the sentinels and the wolves, I think, are still dark blue. Oh wait, these what? The wolves are green too. These are all green. All right, I think we need to leave here. What the heck? These were dark blue. They were yellow at like, or aren't these like level 15? All right, let's see if we can find another place to go, because this is... Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. I hit the wrong button. Oh, green cons resist way too much. Yeah, this is all green here now at 17. Wow. Here, let's just kill these until we see the next named. And then I'm going to leave here. Yeah, this is crazy. Like I thought this was going to be higher level. Oh, shoot. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Yeah, green mobs should be a lot easier. I mean, they are easier. They are substantially easier, but... It definitely feels bad when you get resisted by a green mob. We could try another camp, but I don't know if I can do the other camp. Another named camp. So I'm not sure if we can do it or not. What feels really bad is not being able to get spells off because one green mob is hitting you for 1 damage a pop. Well, yeah, that also feels bad. Channeling channeling could be looked at again. Probably should be looked at again. So yeah, we'll try. Let me think. I'll have to see where we can go that has tougher mobs. There's a couple places I know of. But I want to see if the name pops here again, we'll kill that first, because why not? Why not? Why not? Now, if you snare a mob with Spirit of the Wolf, the snare will be less effective. Not as fun as the Druid, because I can't dispel. Why can't I dispel? Feels wrong. If I cast Sal, also a Master of Snares. Well, snare. I know that snare did something weird. If an NPC had Speed of the Wild, it would run faster than another NPC without Speed of the Wild. But an NPC snared with or without Speed of the Wild would run at the same speed. It would run at the snared speed. It was weird. Now a snared mob with Speed of the Wild still moves fast? That's how it should be, though, I feel like. Hey, look at that. We did get a named. Glad I waited. This named runs, though. It shouldn't run. Was it overriding it before? It wasn't overriding it. It didn't remove the Speed of the Wild off the NPC. It just factored in snare first, I think. but it wouldn't remove the speed of the wild. So for months, they can be sowed, right? Won't gate with you or port with you. And does Bard speed work? Trying to figure if Druid or Bard would be better for a Gatherer. I would say Druid would be better for a Gatherer. Mostly because they have teleports and gate and stuff like that. I think this is going to be the shoulder pads again, isn't it? Yep, shoulder pads again. All right, do we want to stick around here for another named? I don't really want to stick around here. Although... yeah, let's just... let's go see if we can find a different place that we can hold up here. So if we come out here... Discord super quick favor? What? Don't make me log out. What? Oh my god. All right, where are we going here? Gotta go. We're gonna keep going this way. All right, Sentry is okay. This is still green. All right. I'm gonna try to get over here to the captain, and we'll see if the if I can do the captain or not. Beastmaster is 17. Oh, you're talking about Burl? I was, but I switched over. I want to try out the Beastmaster a little bit. Yeah, I was gonna do that, but you need a full group. It's a pain in the butt right now. Yeah, it's 100% underwater except for one little area. Yeah, I need to do that on Criddle. But I can't do that without a healer. I need somebody to help me camp that mob. Or the mob with the I gotta get the head. Pretty sure it's guaranteed drop, but I can't kill all that stuff there. Yeah, exactly, and I can't really go kill it. Like, I can't solo it with anybody. We're hunting at 18. This is Black Tide Bay. Yeah, I mean, it's fun. I went in there and ran around a little bit. I know where one name spawns. Well, he got us all those necklaces. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's level 30. It's not really a big deal. Candy cast it himself. Or do they get zero utility? I'm pretty sure elementals can cast Enduring Breath, right? Healer and Grain Seller and hated it. No one could drop the mob's damage shield, and we had melee for DPS. It was OM constantly suck. Yeah, it's not fun. But yeah, we can go in there. I mean, I don't mind going to do it. But I figured I would just level up as Beastmaster some. No, I was just told like in the 30s. Honestly, Burrow might be too high for it now. No, it looks awesome, yeah. Like, I've been in there. It's like, it's all undead mobs, but only half of them are actually undead. Like, flagged. That's kind of weird. Like, everything in there is a ghost or skeleton. But some of them see through Invised Undead. That's their plan, but we have no idea yet. Sean talked about it the other day. It's going to be like triggered. So more things are going to be triggered like Pustulax. And then also they're going to make it to where you can't Zerg them, basically. Some of them. Not necessarily all of them. But like they were doing that with... Oh, crap. Got 3 mobs. This is not good. They were doing that with the Bone Construct. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Come on, pet. Taunt more. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna die. Well, there's a new access quest to get into Glinting Hollow now. Oh yeah, the access quest is kill mob at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's it. Nope. Very annoying. A couple levels lower now, yeah, but similar. We were leveling together, but I'm gonna keep leveling this Beastmaster for now. No. We survived. I did it. Yeah, Beastmaster's too strong. That's all there is to it. Too strong. You're saying they're beasts? They are beasts. And the master of it. The Glinting Hollow access quest got worse. There's 2 scales you need from 2 mobs that both spawn once a day at 2 a.m. Really? Why? Like, why are they making it so difficult? Makes no sense, man. 2 scales from 2 mobs that both spawn once a day at 2 a.m. with only a chance to drop 1 or more of the quest scales. And you have to hand those in with one of the disenchanting powders. Not sure which one for the actual key. What? I think they're really good. People are saying that they're weak, but they're strong, man. Low-level Beast Lord is extremely good. I don't think I can clear that room. Let's find a different place. So there's 3 mobs in here. We go this way. Alright, so that's here. Where the heck is my pet? I don't know where that pet was going, but it was not near me. And see, I don't like this. Why is this mob... Like, I feel like the levels are just off. There's green mobs right next to blue mobs, and... Okay, so there's this area. Corruptor Ragecaller. They won't go up or down. These stairs right here? Nice. Should definitely look at that. What? What the heck, dude? I thought that one was far enough away. That's not good. Oh, that's not good either. Yeah, I'm not gonna make this. That's not... Jesus. I'm gonna die! Whee! And then there's that mob. Run! Run faster! Oh no, it charged me! Ah! There's no way I was getting out of there. No way I was getting out of there. Oh man, it started my rested buff again. I should have died there though. That was so dumb. That mob was around the corner. It should not have aggroed. But it did. Okay, there's the cart. I gotta go this way. Now the run, walk of shame. Game is too easy. You hardly ever see it. Yeah, that was me not paying attention. That was my fault. I should have let that mob walk a little bit more around the corner before attacking it. If the mobs didn't have that new charge ability, I would have survived. But that new charge definitely killed me. You blame the sweet tea. I'm all amped up. I do have to go to the bathroom again. So we can blame the sweet tea. I'm okay with that. You got triple charged and stunned? Yeah, that'll happen. Oh my gosh. Why are there always trains right here? The heck, man? I didn't realize that zone got trained so much. No, they don't have a spell book anymore. Beastmaster does not have a spell book. There we go. Didn't realize how much copper drops from Glassflat's goblins. Yeah, the copper adds up. Definitely adds up. I don't think I'm going to be able to go. This room's going to have mobs respawn or no? Oh, yep. Oh my god. There's one. I'm debating if I should go this way or I'm gonna go the other way, I think. Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's go back the other way. We're gonna try a different area. Where you can dismiss it like that and bring it back. I think every pet class should have that. I think it's silly that they can't do that, which is causing people to use the stuck command to move their pets around. Kind of dumb. Like, Beastmaster has it, but the Necro and the Enchanter and the Illusion or the Elementalist, they don't have it. Like, what? Alright, let's see. Okay, let's go this way. See, this guy using Charm Pet is doing the same thing, clearing all this stuff. So Beastmaster is, you know, just as good as Charm, which I think is ridiculous, but, you know, whatever. Okay, this is a broken bridge. You're gonna what? Okay. Oh my gosh, dude. I got a zone again. All these dang roamers. Well, let me know if you want to go over there and camp that other name for the head. Yeah. Well, it's, I mean... No, I already have the goblin. I got both my characters, like Criddle and Cradle. Yeah, I need to get the head, and then, I mean, you can do the stuff out of order, though. All right, I'm going to use the restroom while I meditate here for a second. I'll be right back, guys. Oops. What you can do, Kaz, we can go camp the head guy and clear that, and then whenever it's the other thing spawns, you can just go gate over there. You can lull a couple of them, right? I lulled something today and it did not work, so. Mounts are very buggy, they are. I have no idea. Let's see. Okay, so if we go this way, and then this way. Yeah, if I use any abilities at all, my pet cannot hold aggro. It's kind of awful. Well, not any abilities. If I use any of my damaging abilities. Hot mic. Burl's over here, hot mic'd. Oh, goodness. I can't take that room. Hang on a second. So what's the best way to get across there? I could go down into the caves and come back up. That's a way that I could go. Let me go check it. We'll try that direction. Okay, so these... That would be good at my level, but maybe a little too tough to do 2 of them at once. What is this guy? Thanks for all the MM streaming. Relaxing to watch. At what level do you get a surname? Level 20. You can get a surname. But you can change it like once a month or something. Like there's a cooldown on it, but you can change it. So, unlike EverQuest where you get it and that's it. I am really curious if I can kill this Screevar here. If I can solo these. Or do 2 of them right there. Don't know. That'd be tough, because one's yellow. Yeah, just let me know. Oh, whoops. So these are green here. Do you want to go now? Yeah, when he hits 41, we figure we can kind of power level him there or something. Oh my gosh, dude. I don't want to kill these guys. Like, I don't know if these guys are killing these mobs or not. I don't want to take their XP. Oh my gosh, are you serious right now? Ugh. I'm literally trying to not attack these. It's going to be tough, like, trying to sneak in farther in here. Oops. Yeah, it's really tough to sneak farther into this dungeon. Like solo. But at Screevar, yeah, I don't know how else you can get in there. To get farther in. He's got it. He's good. I got it. I can bring Criddle over there if you guys want, and we can try to farm the heads and get all that done. What the heck, man? Why are these monsters always over here? Alright. I'll log in and head that way. I mean, at this point, I'm mostly just goofing off leveling these other characters. That's what I'm trying to do. I probably won't play Rogue at all. Rogue is awful still. Yeah, they're just not good. It needs to be way higher damage. I don't know why it's like, oh, 500 damage, cool. Like, I don't understand that. 1,000 easy, you know, like it should be like 1,000 every 10 seconds is perfectly fine DPS for a rogue. Yeah. I don't understand why they won't up it. I mean, a wizard can chain, like I can chain 1,300 damage nukes every 2.5 seconds. But you can't have a rogue do 1,000 damage in one backstab every 10 seconds? Like, it doesn't make sense. Alright, I'm on Criddle. Check my bags real quick and I can head that way. Yeah, we gotta get on the boat and all that crap. Oh, nice. You're... For the monocle? For a broken mask. Wonderful. I explained that to Sean the other day when you said it was broken, and he was like, well, what's broken about it? And I told him, and he just kind of shrugged it off, I felt like. Yeah. I literally said to him, the duration is 5 minutes with a recast of 1 hour. And he read it out loud, so... Well, I know there's items that go in your bag slot that give stats, and they work. So like the Ashira tail works, the skull works. Like all of that stuff works. It's just the bag itself. Well, I mean, what's the other bag? What slot is it? Bag slot?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I don't have any specifically bag slot statted items. Oh. I'll bring Cradle over there right now, too, since I'm waiting on the boat. He's bound in Shallow Shoals. Can at least use him to get around or something. Like evac to the thing. That's where I would bind, absolutely. But I can bring Cradle there to help kill it when stuff spawns. Yeah, I want to do that too. I want to get the sword from there. Oh, I didn't bind there. Dagnabbit. Why is there a beetle companion sitting outside this place? Yeah, I forgot I bound in, whatchamacallit here. That's right. Yeah. Well, it's got better stats. It's the best statted earring in the game. Yeah, be good for Gith or... I think it's Wisdom. I think it's Wisdom and Stamina, is it? Or... Oh, he may not be able to. I think it's int Stamina for sure, but I thought I had Wisdom on it. Oh, that's dumb. Well, it's an instant clicky, so that's the good thing about it. Yeah, and that works. That's just as good. The other one is an any slot clicky. Yeah, I want to do the quest on Cradle just for the stat earring, but it's not really a big deal. Yeah, it's really good. Oh, whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Wrong way. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. I wonder if you can jump off of here and blink. I kind of want to try it, but I kind of don't. No. When they're done. The way that they're doing the bone construct looks pretty cool with the locking people out kind of thing, but it seems like they're making that a one group mob. I don't think it's going to be level 60. I don't know what they're doing with it exactly, but the way that Sean explained it is they made it to where it kicks out anyone but your group. Whoever triggers it, then anybody in that group stays in, everybody else is kicked out. I don't know how that's going to work for raid bosses since it's multiple groups. And they don't have any type of raid frame. Yeah, it's going to be super buggy. I can tell you that. Blink dropping still works, you hear? Yeah, I didn't want to test it from way up there. Are you going to the other island, or which one are you going to? I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm not even on the boat yet on Criddle. Oh, I need to swim out, don't I? This is going to take me to Vale of Zintar, isn't it? Ah, shoot. I need to swim out. Hang on. Let me get on Criddle real quick. And get on the boat before the boat comes and leaves me. Oh my gosh. Made it. I wonder if I should have teleported to Vale of Zintar and just run over here. That would have been faster. It's right on, right next to the rock. Well, it's right next to the back. Yeah, the back rock. I'm coming that way, but it's gonna be a minute. How do you get the key? That's really dumb. Check out Sunken Resort. Yeah, I looked at it the other day. It's a cool place. It's small. Well, small-ish. Didn't expect it to all be underwater. Yeah. Where you guys at? Like up in the tower? Yeah, what's crazy is you're going to ruin your faction. And how do you fix your faction with them afterwards? Like after you get the key. So you can't do the quest. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you get the key, you're going to have to kill the guy a bunch, and you're going to ruin your faction. If you ruin your faction, you can't actually turn in the quest. Like, that's just dumb. Hey, where are you guys at? You up in the tower? Yeah, on Cradle I am. Criddle's on the boat. The entire zone's underwater? Yeah, there's only one place in Sunken Resort that is not underwater where you could sit down and meditate. Everything else inside of there is underwater. At least there's that. Well, it's one place. Not really the best place to sit and meditate. Yeah. That's got to mean that if you kill the pirates, then you should get faction here, though. You can show me. So quest turn in on Orc Ears to the captain for 5 silver. The quest over here for Orc Ears. Tainted Elemental Core. I don't think we need that, do we? Lightning Strike looks sweet. It's bugged, actually. That's not what it's supposed to look like. It's a bugged VFX. You like it? Oh, the giant beam? Yeah. I mean, it looks kind of cool, but it's definitely bugged. Oh, boy. Wait, am I on the... I better not be on the dock anymore. What the heck? I camped out on the boat. That's going to be really annoying if I'm sitting on the dock. Oh, my God, dude. Are you kidding me? They gotta fix these dang boats, man. There's these boats are so buggy. I have camped out on the boats many times and you stay riding it, yeah. I've done it a lot. But it didn't do it this time. Think they need to add an exterminator to the payroll? Maybe. It's a lot of bugs. Now we gotta wait for this stupid... I would be at the dang island by now. That's annoying. Oh no, it's another person that thinks they're super smart and has a funny comment, but it's not really funny. What? We're not allowed to talk about bugs because it's beta? Is that how it works now? Sorry guys, it's beta. We just can't talk about bugs. We're not allowed to say something that's broken in the game because it's beta. What the heck, dude? Every time I reload, I know there's a chance I'm falling under the world. I don't cry when it happens. No, but you hope that it gets fixed, I would imagine, right? Nobody's crying here. We're just talking. We're having a conversation. Nobody's crying about it. Kind of over-exaggerating there, aren't you? I definitely need some tissues. I am super upset. I am so upset that I am crying about the boats being bugged. Jesus. It's ridiculous, man. We're just having a conversation about it. Not a big deal. But they do need to fix it. The boats have been bugged for quite a long time, and they have attempted to fix them multiple times, and they're still super buggy. So it would be nice if they were to, get them fixed soon, hopefully. That's all I'm saying. I feel like some people take, they look at the game and it's like how do I put it? It's like it's their child, And it's like if their friend said to their child, "Oh my God, your kid fell over. He's trying to walk and he fell over." "Well, yeah, he's a kid. Chill out, man. Don't cry about him falling over." No, I'm just making a comment that your kid's learning how to walk and he fell over. But people take offense, like they own the game, and it's, I don't know, it's weird. But no, what irritates me is I was here, right? I was sitting here. I got on the boat. I logged out on the boat, but then it put me back over here. It didn't log me out where I actually logged out. So it's really not even a boat issue. It's you don't log out in the same place you log in when you're in Night Harbor issue. That needs to really be fixed. Because that's a pretty consistent bug. If you zone into Night Harbor through the North Gate or north or west sides, and then you go to the bank, and then you log out at the bank, you oftentimes will load back in at the zone in, wherever you came in at, Shaded Dunes or Sungreet Strands. So that's I think the bigger issue is they got to figure out what's going on with Night Harbor that's causing you to not remember where you logged out at. People on the internet do this thing a lot where if anyone says anything even slightly perceptible as a complaint, oh my God, cry more. Yeah, that is an internet thing. Glad my parents loved me growing up. Yeah, I guess I was never told a lot growing up, cry about it. Well, you gonna cry about it? I don't see that as crying, but okay. Worse for me is when you're on the boat, bug paired up with the bug that repeatedly drops me in the zone line. I enter from when I load in after camping out last time. Ended up trapped underwater in the hull of the boat, but luckily the petition was reported before I drowned. Wow, that'd be rough. That sounds awful. Yeah, the boats are very buggy, is the short answer. They're very buggy. What I would also like to see is a little sign right here, right? A little sign that says, boat arrives at 8 a.m., 2 p.m., 8 8 p.m. and midnight or whatever it is, whatever the time, or 8 or 2 a.m. I think that's when it is. Yeah, I think it's 8 and 2, right? No, 8 and 4. Whatever it is. Like, just tell me when the boat's going to arrive. Like, put a little sign up. That'd be nice. You're on your way back to Night Harbor with your wasp pet? Nice. Are you on this boat? That's just coming in right now? I don't see you on this one. You wish you're on the other one? Aw, bummer. So, time. So this one arrives at 8 a.m. Are there 3 boats now? So is it every 8 hours? So it'd be 8 a.m., 4 p.m., midnight, 8 a.m.? Yeah, so 8 a.m., 4 p.m., and midnight. Okay. 3 boats. All right, well, what I'm going to do is while we're sitting on this boat, I'm not going to log out this time like I did last time because apparently that bugged out and I just wasted a bunch of time. But we're going to sit on this boat. I'm going to let it go, and I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to grab something to snack on for lunch, and I'll be back before we get to our destination, I'm sure. Alrighty, holy moly. Where are we at? We just got into Shallow Shoals? Yeah, we just got into Shallow Shoals. Sorry that took so long. I get a couple sandwiches for lunch and talking to the lady. Trying to figure out what we're going to do for dinner. So, yeah. Drink another gallon of sweet tea. Not a gallon, but definitely got some more sweet tea. It's right here. I love sweet tea. I just absolutely love sweet tea. I don't generally buy it because I will drink a gallon in like a day or two. It doesn't take long for me to drink a gallon of sweet tea. As far as the green screen, though, I can help you guys out with that a little bit. I do own a green screen. It's actually right over there. I am currently not using a green screen. And it gets rid of most things. But you can see that's my laundry basket right there. If I do this, you see my laundry basket back there? So that is my laundry basket right here, or the little checkered thing. So yeah, it doesn't work perfectly, but the NVIDIA Broadcast is what I am using. But if you do it with a green screen, it works really well. Like the two of them together, amazingly well. Alright, I'm almost there finally. Apparently I didn't get on the boat before. I'll go wherever you guys want. I'm on my way to Zayden's now. Yeah, I'm coming up to the first dock now. Well, where are we going though? Are we going to go to Zayden's or are we going to do something else? Oh, I could have checked that on my wizard a minute ago, but that's fine. I'm coming up to the dock at the werewolves now. I thought I logged out on the boat, well, I did log out on the boat, but apparently it didn't count as me logging out on the boat. It thought I logged out on the dock. So the entire time that I thought it was moving me, I was not being moved. So I actually had to get back on the boat. Look at me, I'm flying. I'm on top of the world. Do 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 do. What did I say? What? Yeah, I don't think he's gonna do lockouts at all. Yeah, I think that's how it should be as well. But they gotta randomize it a bit more. Like, not this mob spawns right here and it has a chance to drop this item. Like, it needs to be any mob in this entire area has a chance to drop an idol, and if you get 6 of these idols, you can spawn the boss, kind of thing. Like, that's how it should be. Yeah, they could do that too, where you have to get like do multiple raids to spawn a harder raid. They do need to tier the raids though, for sure. I mean, they can have like 5 or 6 raids in the beginning that are all the same tier, but then every raid they do after that should be more difficult. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Like, have the what is it, 4 raids that are in the game right now that are level 60. Well, the ones that they deactivated. And then you have the other 3 level locked ones. That's 7 tier 1 raid mobs. And then have those be the base. And then, you know, you got to get gear from those to be able to move up to the next tier. All right, I'm here now. Is that Isar on the dock? His pet? It is. Yeah, let's get out here. Well, here's all the goblins that just spawned and came over. I can show you exactly where that mob spawns, by the way. No, I'm at the dock. I'm at the wrong dock? No, but you've got the wrong dock, I'm sure. No, it's on Cradle. Yeah, you can. No, I'm standing right on top of you. I can't barely move. I know. I was stuck. Hang on. I jumped too many times. Oh my god. Nope. I can get on the window, but I can't get in there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so dumb. I think you can fix the faction with a quest. This is a really windy staircase. Actually, I do, but they're down in the bank. Oop. I fell. I fell. Okay, so you just turn in there. Wait, can you jump out from up there to the water? You can. It's not too far of a swim. Oh boy. Hopefully I don't die here. I'm good. Made my way out. Now I'm on the wrong side of the island, I think. All right. Well, where did Isar go? Is he was up here? Was he camp out? Because we can get over here and start killing stuff. He's usually fine with just healing every now and then. Oh no, that's easy. I can. Yeah, that's super easy. I have the werewolf stuff is the named. Yeah, I'm heading over there now. I'm swimming. A scammer? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, we just gotta kill the placeholders for the named. I really want to get the sword that's over there. It's like a mana drain proc sword. And the clicky, the Ashira clicky would be fun too, but I don't really care if I get that or not. Just a fun item to have. It's the werewolf that you need, I think. I think the werewolf drops both. Something like that, yeah. Sounds right. Yeah, they changed that icon. Confused me too. Sounds like you need potions. That's better than 0% run speed. Yeah, I only use them when I don't have anything else. I should probably give them to my Beastmaster now that I think about it. I'm also curious if you can cast those indoors, because it doesn't say that it's an outdoor only, but you should be able to drink that inside. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've never even tested it like in an indoor area. Wait, are you running over here? Just wait there. I can get you over here much faster. My wizard's right there. Yeah, I can translocate you over here. Or yeah, evac, yeah. Yeah, let me just get over. I'll camp at the island, then I'll switch over to wizard and translocate you. 100%. That's faster than you trying to swim all the way over here. Take you to the dock that's right across. Alright, I'm gonna camp out and I'll get on the wizard. Do 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 do. I'm here. All right, invite him, and I'll teleport him too. Is he not joining? Oh, I just missed. I need to go over there and try to get that key for Glinting Hollow. I got to figure out what the actual process is for that. I hear it's worse than it when I said. It's 2 items you have to get that both spawn at 2 a.m. So you have to get both of the items. It doesn't always drop either. I know, right? It's going to suck otherwise. We need to figure out what level the mob is. Because otherwise we have to like camp over there. And it's around, like everything around it is low, very, very low level. So to camp that particular mob to get that is just going to be crazy. Most likely we'll just end up skipping it. I don't know what level the mob is. But yeah, most likely you just skip that entire zone. Light blue to 48, if you're talking about the scales. It's light blue, so it's about level 40-ish then. Yeah, it's going to suck. Yeah, he's saying it's light blue to level 48, so you will have to be a little bit higher level, like in the 30s at least. So we might have to just go over there. If we get to 30 soon enough, just go over there at 2 a.m. and kill it a few times. And get the items. Yeah, we would need to have a druid to port us over there. Like port over there at 2 a.m. and then everybody port back to an XP spot. It'd be stupid. Getting keyed for all the things that they want to get keyed for in this game is kind of ridiculous. Alright, I guess we're not inviting Isar then. Fine. I'll evacuate. And there you go. Go that way. Watch a movie tonight, maybe. If the house ever cools off. AC's running. Yeah, it's cold air's coming out of the vents, so it's going to take some time. All right, I'm at the island. Let's see. Wait, do we even have a full moon? Okay. I don't know. No, there's one. I see it. It's the smallest one, but there is one. We need to look at the calendar. Was it the 6th? don't know where that calendar is. You know where that's at in the Discord? Oh, never mind. I found it. You can root some of them. Yeah, so like the daytime mobs, when they're not werewolves, you can CC and root, but the named mobs, you definitely can't. But it's fine. The heck? I'm dying over here. It's crazy the difference between some classes being able to solo. Like I come over here, these two mobs would kill me at level 60. But if I brought my wizard over here, I could quad kite multiple sets of these without taking any damage. Yeah. It's just dumb, dude. Like, it's just the discrepancy from one class to another class. The difference in soloing is just nuts. No, not the named ones. I don't think. Things run at 10% now, not 20% as well. Hey, what's going on, Tack? How you doing, bud? How it was in EQ will be in games as well, since you won't get used to it. You should. Well, I mean, I understand how it was in EQ. That doesn't make it a good thing, right? Just because it was like that in EQ doesn't mean that it needs to be like that in this game. And then also, people are trying to advocate for this to be a solo-friendly game. So certain classes are just really good at solo. So like the classes that are good at solo, the Necromancer, the Wizard, the Archer, Druid, you know, all those classes that are really good at solo have a huge benefit over all of the other classes that don't. It's just an issue. There's a very big issue with it, and they need to look at it. They're gonna have to address it at some point. Like, there's a huge tax on trying to play a fighter in this game. What's the benefit to playing a fighter, though, if I can't do anything without a group? Where's the benefit? Alright, you can move up here, Cass. Because we don't need to kill anything but these mobs in the middle. Just come sit on this rock right here. Oh, I know where every mob is here now. I spent hours and hours and hours here. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Don? How you doing, bud? I had a fantastic 4th of July. We went downtown. We saw some fireworks. Just kind of hung out. It was good times. We lucked out, man. We got super lucky. So my girlfriend and I went downtown and we're like, let's see if we can figure out where to park, right? Parking downtown has a premium. It was 4th of July. We went down there at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon thinking, okay, we'll be down here for a few hours. We went to a parking deck very close, like very close to where we were supposed to be watching the fireworks. Yeah. Well, they lower health or lower everything. Ooh, that's got a lemon. Nice. I need lemons. I can feed my pet with lemons on my Beastmaster. That saves me 10 coppers, sir. Anyway, we had a really close parking spot to the downtown area where we were going to watch the fireworks. We hung around there for a little while. We walked around, looked at the different things that they had going on. Got a couple of drinks, and then we went to a restaurant that was over there. The restaurant was like, it's going to be about a 2-hour wait. So we're like, cool, we're just kind of hanging out anyway. So we put our names down on the thing, and we just kind of hung out at the restaurant. It was inside, so we were getting air conditioning, but we were able to get drinks at the bar. We could still see the water, so we were just kind of hanging out in there. And then we ended up getting dinner and had a really good dinner at the restaurant. And we happened to finish our dinner before the fireworks went off. If we didn't, we would have been able to see the fireworks from our dinner table. So we were thinking about just staying there, but it was kind of obscured for like a wall that was in the way. So we're like, let's just go ahead and go outside and see if we can see. We stepped outside, turned to our left, and literally that's where the fireworks were going to go off, like really close to us. So we basically sat right there like on the dock of this restaurant and watched the fireworks right after. Like everything just kind of worked out. And the parking was amazing. Where we parked, we expected to pay about $30 for parking. $10. Literally $10. We're like, are you kidding me? Like, this is nuts. So, yeah, worked out really well. Huge win. Yeah, everything was worked out just perfectly. The what? Yeah. I'm not bound over there. But I can swim over there and grab him. If he doesn't want to have to swim.
Oh, we can do whatever. I mean, I can go get him if you want me to. Yeah, you're safe on that rock. Well, maybe like a little bit higher up on the rock. There's 2 mobs that spawn to the right in that tent over there. Yeah, you're fine right there. Yeah, I can go swim over there and grab him. I've got Cradle bound over in Glinting Hollow entrance. Correct. It will not let you bind in there. I tried. I tried on like the 4th floor. Am I actually moving in the water with Blink? I don't know if I am. Yeah. I feel like it might just be like hitting more water, so it's not like blinking me very far forward. Kind of hard to tell. Yeah, you good. I was coming to teleport you, I guess. Are we doing the island? Sheer Island, or are we going to do something else? We can go camp the orc if we want to do that. It's whatever. I don't care what we do. Yeah, he wants to camp it. He's sending me a couple tells about it. It's full moon today, tomorrow, and then not a full moon for 2 days after that. Like real life days. It's going to be a full moon all the time for like today and tomorrow. Yeah, real life days. That's whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care either way. It's So where do you want me to teleport Gith or no? All right, let me camp out. I'll let him know. He said he'll give me one of the swords. That's kind of what I want over there. But yeah, he can do that, and then we can go do something else. I'll have to swim Criddle back. That's fine. All right, I'm swimming that way. I'm swimming to Zayden's right now, but I can swim towards Orc. I mean, it's got to be past the Zayden's landing. All right, I'm swimming there. What? How to get to Orc Island? Yeah. Do 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 do. I mean, it might be faster to wait for the boat. Get on the boat. I mean, no, it takes you in that direction, though. Depends on how good y'all's swimming skills are. The direction I'm facing right now. Yeah, I know. It's got to be coming in from the Night Harbor side. No, it was if you're on the dock facing away from the lighthouse, it's got to be going right. Yeah, correct. But we can also swim there. I mean, you can see the Orc Island. I think it's this one right over here that I can see. No, it's being blocked by Zayden's Landing. It's on the other side. I'm pretty sure it's what the island I'm looking at right now on my screen. I can come over and grab you guys. What y'all swimming at, though? Okay. $68. Yeah, I'll just go a little slow. Yeah. I do have that, but no, I've got regular Sal on me. For 13 more minutes. We can kill these mobs on the way out too. Kill these elementals real quick. See if we get the items for those. Alright, yeah, just follow me this way. By the way, this right here is what you need the int tongue to make the Sal potions. So if you get herbalism high enough, that's what you need. The int tongue, that herb that's on the ground is the int tongue. I know a better place to get it though, so it's not a big deal. Oh, is it? Oh, jeez. Oh, I'm getting really bad latency right now. Lots of drop frames. Alright, we might as well kill these on our way through. If you're planning on doing the quest, anyway. I have 4 on Criddle and... Well, I have 6 total between Criddle and Cradle. You need 4 total. So I need 2 more if I'm going to do it on both characters. Yeah, they're tradable. They haven't had any yet. Oh wow, yeah, that's a couple minutes behind. Yeah, my I don't know, every once in a while I get a lot of dropped frames and the internet just gets crappy. Oh, I didn't even think about that. That really sucks. If you die inside of Glinting Hollow with all your keys, you can't get back in. That's so dumb, dude. Like, it's simple stuff that they really should have tested and thought about. Yeah, it's like an actual thing you have to hold to get inside. So if you... Yeah, you lose the key. Well, yeah, but it's still a problem if you need the key to get in the zone. Yeah. Like that's just really bad, dude. Well, honestly, like these should just be flags for your character. They shouldn't be physical keys. Like that's so freaking ridiculous. All right, you got nothing out of all that. That sucks. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I read that you didn't have to have the note, I think. But I don't know. I'm going to go read through the thing again. Exactly. I want to get that. I've already got the other thing. So the other stuff is a lot easier. But yeah, this one's one that I have not been able to get. Yeah. Well, if you get lost, it's swim literally straight ahead. Where we're headed right now. No. Yep. To the Orc Island, right? Yep, that's this way. Yeah, the big one with the giant skull on it. Yeah, should be the one straight ahead. Yeah, that one's over there to the right a little bit more. Well, they're both in this direction, so. The one on the left? The one on the left has a beach with like a little wall around it. That might be Pirate Island, or one of the Pirate or whatever they call it. What did Andy call it? Like Vacation Island or something. He was all like, yeah, this is the Vacation for the Pirates Island or something. I was like, what? Because I don't know how to name these things. Wait, where are you guys at? Did I lose you? Nope, neither one of you are. But yeah, pretty much just keep going straight. Yeah. I don't see you. I looked for you. I'm looking for you, though. I saw Kaz, but I didn't see. There's the boat right there that we probably could have just jumped on. Which is moving faster than we're swimming. It's passing you now. Okay, so you must be right in front of me. Go on your screen, look to the right. Almost the exact direction the boat's going is where you need to be going. So just swim parallel to the boat. Swimming stuck at 20. Yeah, it takes a while to get swimming up for sure. I died with glinting hollow keys and still have them on me. Yeah, but I think it's the one that you, to get inside of Glinting Hollow, the new key to get inside, I think, is broken or something. Keyring needed in the game. There is a keyring, but Glinting Hollow keys are these right here. They're scales, so they're not keys. So they take up 5 inventory spaces, and then there's a 6th one to get into the zone, and then a 7th one to get to the 8th floor. So there's a lot of keys. It's kind of ridiculous, to be honest. Like, I don't understand why they want to make stuff like that just so tedious. The game should eat your key after first use, and it becomes added to your keyring. Yeah, that's what I think should happen. How deep can you swim underwater? To the ground? There. I'm at the bottom. There are some places that are much deeper, but that's the bottom right there. Man, I don't know what's going on. My internet is doing all sorts of crazy stuff. I might just turn it off. I might just end the stream here today. Got really bad connection right now. Only Twitch is lagging? That's weird that only Twitch is lagging. Oh, I bet you YouTube is just getting behind, so... They value item size and inventory management. Well, a little too much. I'm competing with a new thermostat for the new Wi-Fi. Kind of are, yeah. That's pretty much what's happening. Pretty close. Which side are you going? Left side? Goblin Island is way behind us. Oh, there you are right there. Yeah, I should have camped this with you when you were doing that other named. I was here for a little while. I think I had to leave that day. I think that's what the issue was. Ah, yep, that's what it was. Had to go make some money. Which I probably should be doing more of, but... Yeah, once we broke the camp, it should be pretty easy to solo that one. But that's not what we're killing this time, I don't think. You could. Yeah. I know where one named is that you could definitely solo. It literally is the only thing that spawns there. These are KOS to me now, Kaz, just FYI. Well, no, they're just ready to attack. I guess we killed... I killed stuff over here a couple times. No, he killed stuff. He's definitely KOS. So I'm pretty sure if you kill the orcs over here, you can take their ears and get faction at the other place. So the idea would be to come over here, actually XP here, get the stuff so that we can fix the faction later. Oh my god, dude, I'm dropping so many frames. I think I'm gonna end my stream there, and we'll be back on here tomorrow morning doing something, but my internet's just going to poop right now for some reason. I don't know why. So I think I'm gonna stop there for today. I appreciate everybody being here. It's been fun. It's been awesome. I will be back on here tomorrow doing more something. I don't know if I'm gonna play the Beastmaster song or Beast Lord, whatever, Beastmaster, or yeah, I'll probably keep playing the Beastmaster some in the morning and try to keep leveling that up. But anyway, thanks for being here. Do appreciate it. It's been awesome, and I will see you all next time. Bye.